107. Cross.
Yeah, sure, sir. We can start.
Yeah, please.
So, good morning, everyone. So,
Morning.
welcome to the second and the last day of our FDP. Today, we'll be starting with the pharmacognosy subject, then to the human anatomy and physiology, and at last, there would be social pharmacy. And after that, the validatory functions would be there. So, starting for the pharmacognosy subject, we have Dr. Tillu with us. Just a minute. Before sir starts, I would like to give just brief info about sir. Sir is B.Pharm and M.Pharm from the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Nagpur, and he completed his PhD in 2007 from the University of Nagpur only. He has presented and co-authored almost 35 plus of the research articles, research presentations. He has vast teaching experience as of 32 years, and he is currently working as a principal at Guru Nanak Technical Institute, Diploma in Pharmacy, Nari, Nagpur. So, and he has two books with his name, 10 research paper, 1 patent. He has guided 20 M.Pharm students and 12 B.Pharm students in their research projects. So we are glad to have you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And so you can start with your presentation, sir.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm absolutely honored and privileged to be a part of this orientation program. For this, I must congratulate and thank D.Y. Patil, deemed to be University, School of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai, and Community Pharmacy Division, IPA. Before starting the presentation, let me clear one thing, that whatever the slides you will be observing, it is not new to you people, because all our faculty members and must be having at least 5 to 10 years of teaching experience. This specially is oriented for those who are just now joined the pharmacy profession or teaching profession. Now, let us begin with the scope of the subject. As you see that, the basic things which is mentioned in the syllabus, it is to impart the knowledge on medicinal uses of plants which are obtained from natural origin. Moreover, the concept of evaluation is given, alternative systems of medicine is mentioned, along with nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals. Now, to begin with the chapter 1, you will find that the basic principles involved in the treatment of traditional systems of medicine, that is shifted over to chapter number 7, and only definition, history, present status, and scope of pharmacognosy is given in the first chapter. As you have seen, the competencies I have given, and to begin with the first chapter, that is definition, history, present status, and scope of pharmacognosy. Now, let me stress on few things which are given in the definition, and each and every faculty must focus on that. As you see, it is scientific and systematic study of the structural, physical, chemical, biological characters of the crude drugs. Now, when we are talking about scientific and systematic study, where we should focus on? Especially, we should focus on the scheme of pharmacognostic study, where you will find that the official titles, synonym, biological source, all these things they are mentioned up to storage and preservation. Not only that, we must define crude drugs as well as drug. Now, whenever we are mentioning these things, we must talk about the diagnosis, treatment, mitigation, prevention, etc. Because many times the students, they do not understand the meaning of these things, and that is why we should focus on these things. If you go back to the history, you will find that the medicinal properties of the plants has been mentioned in the suktas of Atharva Veda and Rig Veda, from which the Ayurvedic system has been developed and reorganized. Excuse me, reorganized, and the treatises which are there, that is Charak Samhita and Shushrut Samhita, they have been designed. Various scientific contributions they have been made during the historical period, for which Hippocrates, Aristotle, Dioscorides, etc. There is a list of the scientists which they have contributed. But I must mention the name of Galen, who worked on the extraction of chemicals from the plants. He designed various methods of extraction, which we know, that is Galenical pharmacy. Now, the modern pharmacognosy is developed from this particular era, that is 131 to 280. Now, if we talk about the status and development, we will find that the modern pharmacognosy, it talks about the isolation of pharmaceuticals. Isolation of pharmaceuticals. Now, isolation part, we will be talking about in the extraction processes. Chapter. Then drugs obtained from the by partial synthesis of natural medicines, then natural products. There are a number of scope as far as the subject is: domestication of natural plants, analysis of phytochemicals, then preparation of general tonics and stimulants in steroid industries. You will find that if you talk about the phytochemicals, there is a vast scope as far as the subject is concerned. Moreover, preparation of antibiotics, flavoring and perfuming agents, pharmaceutical aids, tissue culture, and many drugs, they will find the place in the pharmacopoeia. The isolated constituents, they will find the place in pharmacopoeia. In chapter 2, classification of drugs, as such, there is no change, but I would like to stress on the aspect which are related with chemotaxonomical classification. Now, many times the students, they are not in position to understand what is chemo and what is taxon, group and chemistry or chemicals. So we must focus or we must stress what is the relation of these things. Don't forget to tell them that the certain plants or plant families, they have specific type of constituents. To give you the examples, the tropanyl alkaloid, which is the characteristics of the family Solanaceae, then volatile oil, it is the characteristic of certain family Rutaceae. So I will not stress more on these things. In topic chapter 3, adulteration and evaluation, significance of pharmacopoeial standards, that is mentioned in year 91. If we look at chapter 3 of year 2020, you will find that significance of pharmacopoeial standards, it has been removed. In quality control of fruit drugs, we should focus on adulteration, or we should define the adulteration, and the adulteration involves, or what are the things which are covered in adulteration, that is to be defined. That is, what is incorporation of impurities, spoilage, deterioration, admixture, sophistication, and substitution. We should tell them what exactly these things are. Then in evaluation, it is the confirmation of identity and determination of quality and purity. Now, when we talk about the quality and purity, confirmation of identity of the drug, we know that the source of the drug, that is the botanical source, it should be known to evaluate. Not only that, the determination of the quality of the drug, what it refers to, or what does it mean? When we talk about the quality of the drug, it refers to the correct source, then proper time of collection of the drug, preparation of the drug includes the cleaning process, drying process, whether it is free from the dirt, and preservation. We should stress on purity of the drug. Now, the purity of the drug, it denotes the extent of the presence of foreign material. Now, these things, we should define them by giving few examples. As far as the quality of the drug is concerned, as we usually observe, the selection of the vegetables, selection of the cloth. Even if we talk about the purity of the drug, the gold is 24 carats. Sometimes it is 23%, 23 carat. So 23 carat indicates the presence of foreign material, or 1% foreign material is present. It is an indication. In chapter 3, that is various methods of evaluation, the first is organoleptic or morphological, second is physical, chemical, biological, and microscopic. Now, more stress should be given on organoleptic or pharmacological evaluation, because these things, they will be helpful of the drug in practicals. Now, even though in chapter 5, the morphological aspects of the drugs, they are not covered, but few drugs, they are covered in practical, and for which the morphological characters, shape, size, external markings, fractures, internal and external color, odor test, they are usually defined. Specifically, in case of marks, the types of fractures, etc., they should be defined. This shape of the fracture marks, it should be defined. And moreover, the odor and test. Usually, the odor and test, we define it as aromatic, balsamic, then alicious, camphoriceous, and turbinthynate. Now, many times these terms they are used, but what exactly they are? If I talk about alicious odor, then it must be related to garlic. Turbinthynate odor, it should be a turpentine, odor of turpentine oil. Likewise, the test saccharine like bitter, etc., etc. The biological evaluation aspects, they include various bioses, anti-diabetic properties or anti-inflammatory. Just these are the things which are given for example. In microscopic evaluation, we talk about the study of powders, drugs, transfer sections, more about quantitative microscopy like stomatal numbers, stomatal index, etc. Now let us focus on the chemical evaluation aspects. Now, for this, I will advise all the faculty members that we should start from the photosynthesis. The reason behind it is many times the process is not known to them. We talk about the presence of secondary metabolites, we talk about alkaloids, glycosides, but where from they are coming in the plants, they are not, it is not known to the students. So for that, we should talk about the photosynthesis in which primary metabolites they are formed, that is carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. And from primary metabolites, we should go to the secondary metabolites, that is presence of various alkaloids, glycosides, volatile oils, tannins, resins, etc. Now, here the students, they usually ask, okay, sir, carbohydrates, proteins, fats, they are also present. Then why they do not have the medicinal value? So we must be in position to explain that whatever the activity of the crude drug is, it is because of the presence of secondary metabolites which are present in the plant. Now, the base of the pharmacognosy, it is on secondary metabolites. And in the period of pandemic, everybody must have taken the experience of the various kadas and whatnot. So these secondary metabolites, they are helpful in various activities. As such, in chapter 4, there is no change as compared to Education Regulation 91. Now, I will couple these things with chapter number 11, that is phytochemical investigation of the drugs, where the evaluation aspects they are involved. Usually, while performing the chemical test, or if we talk about the extraction of the drug, usually we are following the principle of extraction, that is non-polar to polar solvents, where we are using petroleum ether. Benzene is not used nowadays. Chloroform, acetone, ethanol, and chloroform water, where the crude drug is extracted successively for the detection of the presence of various phytoconstituents. I've given you just the examples. Okay, what type of constituents can be present? It is not a complete list. Certain phytosterols, fixed oils, and fats you will find in petroleum ether. In benzene extracts also fixed oil and fat is there. Chloroform, you will usually find the presence of alkaloids. In acetone, certain phytosterols they are present, certain flavonoids they are present or can be extracted. In ethanol, you will find the presence of alkaloids, glycosides, phytosterols, saponins, phenolic compounds, tannins, and tins. And that is why we usually refer alcohol as an ideal solvent for extraction. In case of chloroform water, you will find the presence of alkaloids, glycosides, sugars, saponins, then phenolic compounds, then even proteins, gums, mucilages, etc. For extraction of volatile oil, usually we find the volatile estimation apparatus. Usually we use Clevenger apparatus for extraction. Here, once you extract the phytoconstituents by using various solvents, we have to go for the chemical tests. Each extract is to be tested for the detection of the presence of various secondary plant metabolites. Now, while performing the chemical test, usually what I have observed is students, they are not in position to understand what exactly is happening. Just I will give you the example of the senna. While performing this chemical test for the presence of the anthraquinone glycosides, usually in the first step, we are adding hydrochloric acid. Now, what is the purpose of addition of hydrochloric acid? It must be known to the students. Then and then, they will have interest or they will develop the interest in performing the practicals. I think most of you have observed wherever the students they are performing the chemical test, the very first reaction is, sir, result nahi aa raha. Now, what exactly is the reason? As I said, if we take the example of senna, we are adding hydrochloric acid. So we must be in position to tell them that by addition of the hydrochloric acid, we are separating sugar and non-sugar molecule. And then by addition of the organic solvent, we are extracting the aglycone part. So then and then the interest will be developed as far as the chemical test they are concerned. At the same time, if we are talking about I have talked about the Born-Tragus test. Same is the case with modified Born-Tragus test. Addition of ferric chloride. What is the necessity? We must be in position to tell them that for cleavage of the bonds, the oxidative hydrolysis is required, and that is why addition of ferric chloride is a must. So on these lines, if we go through the topics, it will be interesting for the students. In case of chapter 5, where most of the crude drugs they are covered, here we will find that the morphological aspects they are omitted from in year 2020. No morphological is covered, no morphology is covered, no chemical test is mentioned as far as crude drugs are concerned. There are certain additions and deletions in the various categories of the drug. In case of laxative category, rhubarb has been removed. Then in case of the gastrointestinal regulators, ajwan is removed. Likewise, few drugs they have been added, few drugs they have been deleted, few drugs they have been shifted from one chapter to another. So with this overall view, we must focus on the basic concepts of the pharmacognosy as far as the subject and its orientation from the student's point of view is concerned. In chapter number 4, just a minute. In chapter number 4, certain applications they are mentioned. Applications and therapeutic efficacy of various categories of the drugs. Now, here, distribution, isolation, identification. Now, generally, when secondary plant metabolites are extracted, you will find that for unknown materials, we are using the phytochemical investigation or successive plant extraction. But where the drugs they are known and the method is set for each and individual secondary plant metabolites, the general methods of extraction they are mentioned on which we should focus on. Similarly, the utility or therapeutic uses of the drugs they are concerned. In general, you will find that the drugs like cardiotonics, that is digitalis, purgative, senna, antirheumatic. So few drugs they are mentioned along with their uses in this slide. Then for tannins, the uses or application they are mentioned that they have astringent property. They can be used in rapid healing. They are used in various ulcers or hemorrhoids or burns, etc. Then internally, tannins they are administered in case of diarrhea, because usually you find that the disturbances in GIT, it is because of the presence of certain infections, and this infecting organisms, they are proteinous in nature. The tannins, they have property to precipitate the proteins likewise. Then certain tissues, they are rapidly healed by using the tannins. In case of treatment of viral diseases, including AIDS, tannins they have been used. Then in dyeing industry, you will find the use of the tannins. Moreover, the leather industry, tannin and leather industry, the tannins they are widely used. Next. If we talk about the flavoring agents, various flavoring and perfuming agents, they are obtained from the various oils. They have carminative properties, diuretic properties, antiseptic properties. Then they can be used as counter irritants, anthelmatic, then insect repellent, etc. Even terpenoids, they have similar properties. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, anyone would like to ask the question, just raise your hand, then I can just unmute you for asking the question. As we have 5-10 minutes, so you can ask some question. Everyone can ask some questions into that. So you can just I'll stop the share. Yeah. So anyone who wants to ask the question regarding this part, just raise your hand if you have any questions. Otherwise, we'll move forward with the session. Next session. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, Manisha ma'am, you can ask.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. You are completely audible.
Sir. In theory, they have not given the introduction to parts of plant chapter, but questions are asked in the exam from that chapter. So, shall we include this chapter in our syllabus year 2020? Introduction to parts of plant?
Definitely, definitely, because unless you include, because basically they have covered these aspects at their 12th standard. Hello.
Yes. If those students if they are having biology subject, then they have covered.
Yes.
Otherwise, no.
Otherwise, we will have to teach them.
So we have to take that part.
Yes. Because while describing the parts of the plants or characters of the plant material, we will take the example of leaf. What is the margin? What is venation? What is apex? What is base? It must be known to the students. And that is why, in that case, you must cover these things.
And we should also cover that morphological characters, color, odor, taste.
Yes, definitely.
Sir, can you give some guideline about course outcome and practical also?
Practicals.
Excuse me, that point I will cover, sir.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Yeah. The next question is, can you just a minute, sir. Yeah. What about the chemical test for unorganized drug? I guess Kadu ma'am will be covering it. I guess for the practical part. Vrunda Jadhav is asking that. Guide us on the assignments and tutorials, means what is the format of the assignments. I guess the assignment and format
that will be practical.
That would be in
yes.
Yeah. And Taslim Qureshi is asking that please elaborate on the role of medicinal plants.
Is that part also I will
Okay, sure. So that's thank you, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Dr. Shrikant Tilu, sir. We are glad to
My
have you
pleasure.
on board with us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next, I would like to call upon one of my colleague, actually. Mrs. Shubhangi Kudu, ma'am. So Mrs. Shubhangi Kudu has completed her MPharm in Pharmacognosy from MGV's College of Pharmacy in Nasik. She has 12 years of vast experience in teaching. She is currently working as an assistant professor in Deva Patil Deemed to be University School of Pharmacy in Mumbai. Ma'am, we are glad to have you. You can share your presentation and start with the session. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, completely audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Aditya sir, for kind introduction. So good morning to all. First of all, thank you, Principal Dr. Rakesh Somani sir, for giving me an opportunity as a guest speaker for subject pharmacognosy. Thank you, sir. Now, without wasting time, we'll start with our session. So, Aditya sir, my slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am, completely.
Okay, thank you. So, the first part that I will start with the presentation part, and that is orientation on FY D pharmacy subject, and subject is pharmacognosy. So, as per ER 2020, the subject code for this pharmacognosy is ER 20 13T. In that, one is for first year and 3 is the third subject of first year. So the code which is given for pharmacognosy subject is ER 2013T, and for same thing is applicable for practical. Only the change in word, that is P. So it's the same as that of theory, that is ER 2013P. So contents of my total presentations are competency mapping with the course as per ER 2020, then subject description, and then I will focus on following chapter as per ER 2020. In that first point, which I will cover, that plant fiber used
Ma'am,
as
just ma'am, your presentation is still only. Slides are not visible yet.
slides are not visible.
Just the first slide is visible.
Second one is not visible.
No.
Visible, sir.
So just stop sharing and share it once again then.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, now is it visible, sir?
Yeah, ma'am, it is visible. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. Now it's now my slide is visible, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, and just mute your videos. This thing, ma'am, from which your video it's been shown now. You can just mute that Zoom meeting. Means it's mute, but you have to decrease the volume of all the same, because it's being, the echo is being heard from the backside.
Just a minute, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, now it's okay.
Yeah, ma'am, a bit clear. Yeah.
It's clear, na?
Yes, so slides are also visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so as per subject orientation of pharmacognosy, the subject have the first course code as ER 2013T. So one is for this theory, and 3 is for the third one subject of first year. So the course code as per ER 20 is ER 2013T. And for practical, same thing is applicable. Only the difference is that instead of T, the word is P is there. Now, next point, in this my total presentation, I will cover following points. In that first one, competency mapping with the course as per ER 2020, then subject description, then I will focus on following chapter as per ER 2020. In that first chapter, which will cover, that is plant fiber used as a surgical dressings. Then next chapter, that is chapter number 7, basic principle involved in the traditional system of medicine. Then 8 number chapter, role of medicinal and aromatic plants in national economic and their export potential. After that, the next point which I will cover, that is chapter number 9, herb as a health food. And last point, and that is chapter number 10, that is herbal cosmetics. And after that, I will focus on practical part. Now, this is the competency mapping with the course as per ER 2020. So as per ER 2020, there are total 10 competencies which are mentioned in ER 2020 syllabus. Out of that, 6 competencies which are applicable for pharmacognosy subject. In that, first competency is review the prescription. That means after completion of the syllabus or particular chapter, the student should be review, or the student should able to review the prescription. That might be of Ayurvedic formulation, Siddha, Unani, or homeopathic medicine. Then students should able to dispense the prescription and some non-prescription medicines which are like OTC medicines, which doesn't require prescription from the physician. Then student also should able to provide patient counseling and education for the particular concern. So that is what we want to focus, because as such this competency is nothing but after completion of diploma in a pharmacy, students as a diploma holder, they should able to counsel the patient and educate them for the same. Then expertise of medication, that is the symbol of us that we should expert in the medication. Then proficiency of pharmaceutical formulations and continuing professional development. So these all 6 competencies which are matching with subject pharmacognosy. Next point is there, that was the scope. So scope of our subject is, this course is designed to impart knowledge on the medicinal uses of various drugs. Here we'll focus on crude drugs. Crude drugs means what? These are the drugs which does not undergone any other process rather than collection and drying, where we should impart the knowledge for this point of natural origin, that might be from plant, animal, or mineral source. Or sometime it might be like a regenerated fibers and all. Also, the course emphasizes the fundamental concept in the evaluation of crude drugs. Just in first session only, Dr. Shrikant sir covered this point, evaluation of crude drugs for physical, chemical, biological, morphological, microscopical evaluation methods. And alternative system, this is very important parts, where in year 2020 focus is there for number of traditional system of medicines like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and one more important system which that year 2020 syllabus include, that is homeopathic system of medicine. As such, in year 91 this point is not included. So, and one more important point which in year 2020 is there, that is nutraceuticals and herbal cosmetics. So one by one we'll proceed for the same. Now this is already we discussed about this, that course code, but for this course code theory, the allocated hours from this year 2020 are 75 hours, that is 3 hours per week. And for practical, again same thing, that is 75 hours, 3 hours per week, and per batch we should utilize what, 3 hours. That is A, B, C. If the batches are like this, then 3 hours per batch. So this is nothing but the what scope and short information related to subject pharmacognosy. Now next, what are the course objectives? So this is very good things which in year 2020 syllabus is there, because in year 91 they have not mentioned this course objective and course outcome, but in year 2020 it's now very useful for MBA process also. So course objectives are, first one, this course will discuss the following aspects. In that, which are derived from the natural resources, occurrence, distribution, isolation, identification test of common phytoconstituents. Just in first session, Dr. Shrikant sir told that there are number of identification tests which are required for like anthraquinone glycosides. Some tests are required for tannins, then alkaloids. Like if we consider alkaloids, then there are general chemical tests like Dragendorf, Wagner, Hager, Mayer reagent test, and sometimes some alkaloids doesn't respond for this test. In that case, what should that particular teacher should tell to student? That is also the important point. So in that second point, therapeutic activity and pharmaceutical application. Therapeutic activity is nothing but the pharmacological action of crude drugs, and pharmaceutical applications. These are the applications which are related to this. These are natural substances and phytoconstituents. For example, if we consider that saffron, then it is used as a in perfumery, sandalwood oil also. So like that, there is applications of natural drugs. Then biological source, chemical constituents of selected products, and this is the main heart of the pharmacognosy, where the student should know about the biological source, chemical constituent of certain crude drugs. Without that, student can't analyze, student can't go for the further phytoclinical testing. Then the next point is common disease and element. That means what is the use of natural crude drugs for common disease and elements. Then basic concept in quality control of crude drugs. This point also in first session, sir has covered that quality control testings. These are nothing but phytochemical screening. In that first, we should go for different method of extraction like oxidation, decoction, percolation, and depending upon that particular method of extraction, we can go for the further quality control test by phytochemical screening, and then we can use that particular chemical constituents for our medicinal purpose. Then application of herb in health, food and cosmetics. That means the herb. What is the herb? That point we'll cover in next slide. And in health food, that means we are utilizing some drugs as a health food also, and some natural crude drugs in cosmetics also. So this is the course objective of pharmacognosy subject. Then course outcome. So after successful completion of this course, the student should able to identify the important common crude drug of natural origin. That means what? A student should know what is the name of this drug, what is the botanical name of this drug, what is the local name of this drug, and how we can identify that drug as such. There are different methods to identify these drugs, like a morphological identification, microscopical identification. Like that, we can have this common identification part. The next part, as a course outcome, describe the use of herbs in nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals. So that point also we'll cover in next slide. Then we discuss the principle of alternative system of medicine. That means if we'll consider the different traditional system of medicine like Ayurveda, the student should know that Ayur means what, that is life, Veda means science. That means in short, it's nothing but science of life. Like this, as a subject teacher, we should focus on the particular points like Ayurveda, then basic principle of Ayurveda, and then how the different formulations are formulated or developed for giving a therapeutic effect. Then describe the importance of quality control of drugs of natural origin. So quality control testing we can have like for organized drug, microscopy is there. After microscopy, there are a number of staining reagents are there for getting the particular tissue components. Then in that quality control testing, we can have the further like a TLC is there, HPTLC is there. So there are many more quality control testings which are for this natural crude drugs. So this is the course outcome for pharmacognosy subject. Now the points to be covered. So this is the first chapter. Just a minute. So this is the first chapter, that is chapter number 6, plant fibers used as a surgical dressing, that is cotton, silk, wool and regenerated fiber. So I will not focus more on this point because as such this chapter was in year 91 also, and allocated hours in year 2020 which are given, that is 3 hours for this chapter. chapter. So what point as a subject teacher we should cover? First, definition as such of surgical dressing, then what's mean by plant fiber, sutures, ligatures, and catgut. After that, the next point, as this chapter concern, that is pharmacognostic study of fruit drugs, like biological source of that particular fruit drug. If we consider that cotton, then cotton is like it's a what trichomes, or these are the trichomes which are obtained from the seeds of the, that is a Gossypium herbaceum lean belonging to family Malvaceae. So like this, we should cover the biological source, then chemical constituent, like how much amount of cellulose is present in a cotton. As such, that chemical constituent part should be covered from subject teacher side. Then chemical test. That means if I am telling that in a cotton there is a presence of what cellulose, that means cellulose is nothing but the carbohydrate. So basic test which is needed, that is Mollis test, and after that we can have the different tests like exam reagent test and all tests. So that is the what pharmacognostic study of fruit drugs. Then method of preparation, the as subject teacher we should focus on this point, how there is a preparation of absorbent cotton from the raw cotton, then how there is a preparation of silk from the silkworm, that is cocoons of Bombax mori, and then catgut. Why how there is a use of intestine of ox and all ox intestine is, or use of their that ox intestine is used here at the formation of, or there is a what process of catgut. So that is the method of preparation. Then as a subject teacher we should tell to student about what is the difference between raw cotton and surgical cotton or absorbent cotton. Then difference between sutures and ligature, that point should be covered from our side. And types of regenerated fibers like rayon, then different types of fibers regenerated fibers are there which are obtained from carbohydrate source, protein source, like that. This point should be covered as in chapter number 6. So note, there is no change in chapter content in year 2020, and this is same as that of our year 91. Now next point is there. The next point is what? That is chapter number 7. Basic principles involved in the traditional system of medicine. This is a vast chapter which is in year 2020, and allocated hours which are given for the chapter are 8 hours. So point to be covered in this chapter, first point is Ayurveda. So in case of Ayurveda as a traditional system of medicine, what should we cover? So first point, history, basic principles of Ayurveda, different formulations and its method of preparation, scope and marketed formulations. Then in case of Siddha system of medicine, again the same point, like history, basic principle of Siddha system, scope and marketed formulations. Then Unani system of medicine, again the same point, we can focus the like history, basic principles of Unani system, scope and marketed formulations. And one more important point which is added over here, that is homeopathy, because the Ayurvedic system of medicine, Siddha, Unani, these points are in year 91. But in this year 2020, one more important traditional system of medicine, that is alternative system of medicine, which is added, that is homeopathy system of medicine. So here we should more focus on this point topic as a history, basic principle of homeopathy system, who discovered this system, and scope and marketed.
Slides are again stuck at somewhere, I guess.
Okay. So shall I again stop and again share?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. You can go to the slides you were explaining.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So the point which we have started just now, that is basic principles involved in traditional system of medicine, and the chapter name is chapter number 7. Allocated hours as per year 2020, these are 8 hours. And the point which we should cover, that is Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. These points already in year 91 syllabus also there, but now in year 2020 syllabus, they have added one more important system of medicine, that is homeopathy system of medicine, where as a subject teacher we should focus focus on history, basic principle of homeopathy system, scope and marketed formulations. So see here the diagram which represents the Indian system of medicines like Unani, Ayurveda, naturopathy, homeopathy, yoga and Siddha. But now here in year 91, yoga and naturopathy was there, but now in year 2020, these are excluded, and instead of these two, naturopathy and yoga, they have added one more important alternative system of medicine, that is homeopathy. Now next, what or which point we should cover? So the point which we should cover as such in Ayurveda, the first, the definition, just a small that introductory part which I have mentioned here, it's not sufficient as such for explanation, but I have tried to do these things. So Ayurveda, the word like this, you should mention this point, and like it's nothing but knowledge of life and longevity. Here you know, this is the photo of Dhanvantari, and this is the what main significance for Ayurveda. And here you can see that these are the three doshas which are Vata, Pitta and Kapha, which are present in Ayurveda, and these are the 5 basic elements which are involved in this Ayurvedic system of medicine, and which is they from which they are composed, like fire, air, earth, water and ether. So this is nothing but depend upon movements, light, transformation, cohesion and cold. So this is, as a subject teacher, we should tell to student. Now next, in consideration of this Ayurveda, how the treatment is there. So this treatment is like this, that is Upakarma, and Upakarma is nothing, Apakarma, or it's nothing but a treatment, and this treatment is like this. Langana is depleting like a fasting, that is आपण उपवास जो करतो like that. Then that is Brahmana, that is nourishing. Nourishing means what? Nutritional or nutritious things we should take. Then Shodhana, that is purification. And this next point which is here, these points are correlated with each other, that is a Samana. Samana means what? How our system is there, like Pachana, then Dipana, then Vyayama, then Athafa and Marutha. So all these are the things which are correlated while giving the treatment of Ayurveda. As such, in Shodhana, if we want to purify our body as such, then there are different methods like Vamana, emesis, then Virechana, purgation, that is, then Vasti, that is enema, then Nasya, like a nasal medication, and Rakta Moksha, like blood letting. So all these are the things which are included in treatment of Ayurvedic system of medicine. So at least in short, we should tell to student about the way of treatment of Ayurvedic system of medicine. Now, this present scope for this, that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is monitor higher education in Ayurveda in India. The state sponsored, the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Science is designed to do research on Ayurveda. Many clinics in urban and rural areas are run by professionals who qualify for these institutes. From these institutes, as this data is of 2013, and in India has over 180 training centers offer degree in traditional Ayurvedic systems. This is the present scope which I found, and this is all about this Ayurvedic system of medicine. So in Ayurvedic system of medicine, the main focus is for different formulations, and that point now will start. So what is the method of preparation? The main focus in Ayurvedic system of medicine is that method of preparation of Ayurvedic formulations. So in base, as considered as Ayurvedic formulation, there are there are many types of Ayurvedic formulations are as such, which are present and which is included in year 2020 syllabus. That first one is Aristas, then Asavas. So Aristas and Asavas, how they are prepared, this point I have covered here shortly. That Aristas are made up of with decoction of herb in boiling water, while Asavas, these are the Ayurvedic formulations. So Asavas are prepared by directly using fresh herbal juice followed by fermentation with the addition of sugar and derived flowers of Wood Fortia fructosa. This is the one of the plant of which botanical name is Wood Fortia fructosa. So as such, these are the Asava and Aristas. These are the what formulations which use self-generated alcohol and which are generally made up of with the particular process, that is fermentation. So here I presented these three examples like Arjunarishta, Ashokarishta, and Drakshasa. And as such, if as a subject teacher, if we are telling to students that Aristas are like this and Asavas are like this, they are not getting our point. So for this purpose, we should tell them by using some pictorial presentation like this, and so that they will get the exact what the point which we want to tell them. So that is like this, like if we use the examples of Arjuna, Rishta, and Dakshasa like this, then they will get something that yes, the madam has shown that slide that as a Arjuna Rishta and Ashoka Rishta and Rakshasa, so they will get that point likewise. So it's from my side that we should go like this only, and it's but as per subject teacher how they can teach that that only the part of that particular teacher, but it's from my side that we should go like this for the explanation of particular formulations. Now Gutika, if I'm telling about Gutika as a Ayurvedic formulation, then students should know what is this Gutika. So Gutika is nothing but like a tablet, and it's a how it's prepared, because in year 2020 the focus is for the method and method of preparation of all these what Ayurvedic formulations. So Gutika, so how these are prepared, like this is done either by cooking the powder herbs with jaggery or gugul, or without cooking by maceration the powder with any liquid like honey and gugul and then rolled into pills. So this is the method of preparation as such. And if the Gutika is prepared, then we can standardize it by different physiochemical parameters, also by different chromatographic examinations, including HPTLC and fingerprinting also. So this is the one of the example of from one renowned that of Ayurvedic pharmaceutical company, that is Baidyanath, and their Gutika is available as a Makar Dwaj Gutika. So this is the one of the example of Gutika. Then Taila. As such, Taila means tail. So Taila means what? It's the what formulations which is in a liquid format, and it's nothing but a tail. And how it's prepared? It heat the tail till it become free from froth, and add 4 parts of water along with kalka. Kalka means paste of specified what Marchena drugs. So boil it on moderate heat till the oil become free from water. Filter it and use for the preparation of other medicated taila. Then you in that particular taila you can add like a eucalyptus as a medicated oil. Then you can add here like a different Ayurvedic tailas are available for rheumatism or arthritis, like that important example is like Ortho, Dr. Ortho, like this, or Nirgundi tail. These are the available as such for this taila, and it's not sufficient information, but as such this is the orientation for pharmacognosy. So I tried my level best to do or to give these things as such. Then churna, and everyone know about this because on TV also, there is an ad of the churna like Triphala churna and all. So here one example which I have mentioned, that is Triphala churna. Then the definition is like it's nothing but powder of drug. How it's prepared? It drug mentioned in patha like that are cleaned properly, dried thoroughly, pulverized, and then sealed. If we go for this particular varna, then we don't have that much time, so I am covering this point shortly. The churna is free flowing and retain its potency for 1 year if preserved in an airtight container. So this is the method of preparation of churna. Examples which I have mentioned here like Triphala, Trikuta, then Darkeshadi churna and Sudarshana churna. And one more important churna which was very famous in COVID condition, that is a Sitopaladi churna for cold and cough. Then next drug or the next formulation as Ayurvedic formulation, there is a part that is Avela or Leha. So what is this Avela or Leha? It is a semi-solid preparation of drug prepared with addition of jaggery or sugar candy, boiled with prescribed juice or decoction. And here is one example of Leha which is available. There is Ashwagandha Leha, which is a what very well-known drug, that is Ashwagandha, which is also called as Askanda. So this is what the Avila or Leha, what Ashwagandha Leha as an example. The next the principle or the next Ayurvedic formulation is bhasma. So everyone know bhasma means what? Bhasma is nothing but the ash which is obtained after incineration. Incineration means what? Is the process of burning. So the important bhasmas are there. Like these bhasmas are used for maintaining optimum alkalinity of for optimum health, neutralizing harmful acids that lead to illness. So that is the role of bhasma. There are three types of bhasma are there. First one, metal based bhasma. Examples like Madhura bhasma, that is iron is metal, copper, that is tambra bhasma. Then mineral based, like it's from a sea animal shell, which is a Varatika bhasma, and a herbal bhasma, like in that the steps which are involved for this making of bhasmas are Shodhana. Shodhana means what? This is the removal of external and internal impurities of metal and minerals. In Marana, it's the burning process of or calcination. So this is what the point which we should cover in case of bhasma. And here I have mentioned one example, good example, that is the Suvarna bhasma, which is made up of gold. So this is the what example as a Suvarna bhasma. And here how there is a standardization of bhasma is done. So it's a very vast point, and we can't cover this point here only, but I have tried to give this pictorial presentation for this standardization of bhasma, and we can go for different methods like a chromatographic profile or ash value, extractive value for standardization of this bhasma. Then next point, which is as such, that is traditional system of medicine. So here the picture which itself represent that here is one saintly personality which is there, which is that is Siddha means Siddhar, and Siddhar is nothing but saintly personality. And they are achieving their whatever the things through the bhakti and yoga. And the main important point which is here that the why this system is not that much famous in India, because the all words are in Tamil language, and due to this system is lacking behind as such. So this is nothing but the Siddha system of medicine. So here in Siddha system of medicine, just a minute. My slides are visible, Aditya sir? Aditya sir? Are you there, Aditya sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my slides are visible now, Aditya sir?
Yeah, but ma'am, let's again, it's after Siddha, that slide is going on, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, sir. So after Siddha, according to Siddha system, very important focus should be on diet and lifestyle. So we should tell to students about this diet and lifestyle, and because in the diet and lifestyle plays an important role in health and in curing disease, the concept of Siddha medicine is termed as a pathyam and apathyam. That means do's and don'ts. It's very important principle of Siddha system of medicine. But the problem is with only Tamil language, because here, see, the word is Vembu. As such, we know Nim tree, we know. But when the word is Vembu, then we are in confusion. What is this Vembu? Like Gomati, this is the word which is the Dhutra. So as such, we know that Dhutra plant and Neem plant. But whenever the word is like this, then the students will be in confusion. So, so we should tell to students that this is the Tamil word Gomati and Vembu, and this is the botanical name like Directa indica, and in Marathi we can say it as a name Gomati Dhatura, we can say it in Marathi Dhutra. Like this we should explain as a part of Siddha system of medicine. And here the diagram, it also represents that, it again based on 5 basic elements like air, space, earth, water and fire. So this is the Siddha system of medicine. Now next is next system is Unani. So Unani, this is again the one more important system. So Unani system of medicine, again this Unani system of medicine, it's from it's after Dravidian culture actually, and the doctor which is prescribing the medicine as such in Unani system of medicine, which is well known as a Hakim. So this Unani system of medicine is based on humoral theory. So what is this humoral therapy? So as diagram represents, humoral therapy is based on blood, phlegm, black bile, and black bile and yellow bile. Like you know that whenever the person is have the problem with this what we can say as a melanin, then it's called as black bile. Yellow means it's related to bilirubin. Phlegm, it's like our cold and cough in it's related to this, and blood, that word you know. So this is what the humoral basic theory of this Unani system of medicine. And Unani single dose, as such, these are available like Behidana, and this is the Cydonia oblonga. This is the botanical name, which is used as antioxidant, immunomodulatory, and anti-allergic drug. And dose is given as 3 to 5 gram. Then Unaba, this is a Jizabus jujuba, which is the species which is used as an anti-influenza in Unani system of medicine. And one more important example which is related to this Unani system of medicine, that is example, just I'm not recalling. If I will recall that, then definitely I will focus on that point. So Unani system of medicine, so this is what the point which we should focus as such requirement of ER 2020 syllabus. Now next point is homeopathic system of medicine. This is the important point which in ER 91 was, in ER 91 this point was not there, but now in ER 2020 this alternative system of medicine is there, homeopathic system of medicine. So what is this homeopathic system of medicine? So this is the Dr. Hahnemann in era of 1755 to 1843, who is called as a founder of homeopathy. This we should tell to students. The key concept of homeopathy is simili similibus querentia. So what is mean by this? Is nothing but like cures likes. That means in Marathi we can say it as a katane kata kadna. So like this, first they will increase the level of that whatever the if we'll have the problem of thyroid, then they will first go for the how much or at what extent that level will rise. Up to that they will go towards that level, and then they will use their prescribed medicine for curing that thyroid what condition. So it's a like cures like, that is homeopathic system of medicine. So concept. So Hahnemann conceived of homeopathy while translating a medical by the Scottish physician and chemist William Killian into German, being that is a skeptical of Cullen theory. So this is the Cullen theory, that they have used the cinchona bark to cure the malaria because it was bitter, and this Hahnemann ingested some bark specifically to investigate what would happen, and he experienced that fever, shivering, and joint pain. These symptoms similar to those of malaria itself. From this, that Hahnemann came to believe that all effective drugs produce symptoms in healthy individuals similar to those of the disease that they have. So this is nothing but the concept of this homeopathic system of medicine. And you know that arsenic album, this is the well known in COVID condition. So that is arsenic album 30, and this is the appearance of this formulation of homeopathic medicine. The next point, next chapter. So that is chapter number 8, role of medicinal and aromatic plants in national economic and their export potential. So as such, medicinal plants means what? The plants which have the medicinal value. Medicinal value means what? That plant should be utilized for in a certain disease condition. So that we can say that plant as a medicinal plant. For example, if we consider Vasaka, then it is used as antitussive. If we consider as a Vinca, then it is considered as a anti-cancer. Like this, the medicinal plants, they play an important role in emerging and developing countries of Asia, both in preventive and curative treatments. Preventive means that is prophylactic purpose, and curative means for therapeutic treatment, despite advance in modern Western medicine. For elevating elements, search for eternal health, longevity, and to seek remedy to relieve pain and discomfort, fragrance, flavors, and foods. For all this purpose, medicinal plants plays an important role. So this is the role of medicinal plants as such. and future scope throughout the world about it's not a recent information, it's the information which I got from Google. So there might be changes in this information. So just the point, just the information which I have, so that information is here. Throughout the world, about 35,000 to 70,000 species of plant have been used at one time or another for medicinal, nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals purpose. Because this cosmeceutical is not a separate term, it is the term which is a pharmaceutical and cosmetics. When the combination is there, then we can say it as a cosmeceutical purpose. In India, about 1,000 plant species. In Nepal, about 700 species, and about 700 species in Malaysia, that peninsular Malaysia and its neighboring islands. And in Chinese medicine, about 9,905 plant materials are used as such. So it's the future scope. We can, if we utilize more drug, then this medicinal plant have a good value, good economic scope, and good potential for what future. So what the potential means, what we get from this plant as a medicinal plant for developing, for maintaining our economic condition. So if we'll consider saffron, sandalwood, then eucalyptus oil, these all, if we export these all drugs in a good quality, then it is used in perfumery, in coal, then globally we can have the good export potential, and it will be at a high level. So that is the potential of role of medicinal and aromatic plant in national economic and their export potential. So this point which I have mentioned here, we can add much more points in this topic, but as such, whatever the data available with me, I have presented here. You can add more point as such as a subject teacher on this chapter. Now next point is there. Next chapter is herbs as a health food. Herbs as a health food, that means first the focus from that subject teacher for herb, then health food means what, and the allocated hours which is given by year 2020, these are 4 hours. So point which covered, which should be covered as a subject teacher, definition of herbs and health food. Then we should focus on brief introduction and therapeutic applications of. These are the points which are in syllabus 2020 year 2020 in pharmacognosy, because in last year 91 syllabus this points was not there. So now we should focus on this point much more, because these are the new points which are included here in year 2020 syllabus. In that first point, which we should focus on nutraceuticals, antioxidants, what's meant by probiotic, prebiotic, dietary fibers, what's the role of omega-3 fatty acids, if we'll consider that a high density lipoprotein and low density lipoprotein concept, then spirulina, what is this, carotenoids and soya and garlics. All points are as such in chapter number 9, that is herbs as a health food. So one by one we'll focus. So what's the herb? Herb, a plant whose leaves, seeds, etc. are used in medicine or in cooking, is called as herb. Then what's the nutraceutical? So in short, I will cover all these points because we have the time constraint also. So nutraceutical is what? This is the food or food related component that intended for health benefits, even in treatment and prevention of ailments. So there is this is a food safety standardization in India, which have a defined regulatory guidelines for approval of nutraceuticals in the Indian market. So we should tell this point to student that how nutraceuticals get approval in Indian market. So this from this, there is FSSAI, and that already all of you know as a subject teacher. And this act consists of 21 chapter, and in that 4th article, that means 22 of the act, says about the nutraceuticals. So this is the point where they have mentioned the point nutraceuticals and dietary supplements of various functional foods, and these products can be produced, manufactured and marketed. So here there are a number of things which I have mentioned in the form of antioxidant, because this point is there. Then dietary fiber point is also there, prebiotic, then antioxidant, probiotic, all points are there. One by one we'll see that. Then what is this nutraceuticals? So nutraceuticals contains any of the ingredients specified in Food Act schedule, like Schedule 1 Then vitamin and minerals. Schedule 2, essential amino acids and other nutrients. Schedule 4, list of plants and botanical ingredients. Schedule 6, list of ingredients as nutraceuticals. And schedule 7, list of strain as probiotic. Schedule 8, list of prebiotic components. So it's very important that we should tell the students and how and in what way we can have these vitamins, prebiotic, probiotic, and from which we can have this. So this is from this schedule 1 to 8. And according to this schedule, we can have this vitamin minerals in schedule 1, essential amino acids in schedule 2, likewise. Now, the next point is dietary fiber. So dietary fibers, they are the edible part of the plant or carbohydrate that cannot be digested. Example, from fruit like orange, vegetables, grain, nuts, seeds, and legumes, we can have these dietary fibers. The next point is prebiotic and probiotics. So prebiotics, it's from which we can get this. So a source of food for your gut health bacteria. This makes your digestive system work better. And in case of probiotic, it's a live yeast and good bacteria that live in your body and are good for your digestive system. Provide all sort of powerful benefits for your body and brain. And good example is acute or yogurt, then sour cream and probiotic milk, which is for this probiotic as a what herb. Then prebiotic, the examples, good examples are from the plant like asparagus racemosus, wheat, then banana, garlic. These are the certain plants which act as a food for a probiotic. That is prebiotic and probiotic. So probiotic and prebiotic, these are the important concepts which we should tell to students in this way also, or in this, or in this type you can explain to your student that's what the prebiotic and probiotic. Then what is this omega-3 fatty acid? So in chapter number 9, the one more important point is that there is omega-3 fatty acids. So what is this omega-3 fatty acids? It is the what nutrient or supplement that can help build and maintain a healthy body. They are having a key structure for every cell all you have. They have also an energy source and help to keep your heart, lungs, blood vessels, and immune system working the way they should. So these are the certain examples which contain omega-3 fatty acids, like your linseed. There is a rich source like javas, which have then almond, which have the then eggs, which have the rich source for omega-3 fatty acids. Then what is this spirulina? This spirulina is one more important term which is mentioned in this herb and health food. So it's nothing but the blue-green algae, and which have a very strong antioxidant effect. It also reduces inflammation, promotes health and aging. So this is the what the blue-green algae, which the picture represents that for spirulina. The next point, which is under the class herb and health food, carotenoids. So here 5 essential carotenoids which I have mentioned, like lutein, alpha carotene, then zeaxanthin, lycopene, and beta carotene. And the source also presented here in the form of a diagram. So from these vegetables, fruits, we can have these 5 essential carotenoids, and which contain the coloring agent. So color like orange, yellow, or bright red color, which may be from different fruits and vegetables. Then one more important drug which is mentioned under the class as herb, that is garlic. And you know that this drug is in year 91 syllabus also, so there is no need in explanation, because in miscellaneous drugs this garlic and garlic part was there. So it is used in hypertension, for maintaining obesity, in conjunctivitis. This garlic is important, used as important drug. It's also have the bactericidal action also. Then soya is, you know, that is a rich source for protein. So this point which we can cover under the chapter number 9 as herb as a health food. So here these are the what health benefits of soybean oil, which increase your immunity, then brain function maintaining, anemia prevention. It gives the strong and healthy teeth. Then it also control the transition of menopause. So some or these are the certain good examples or good uses of this health benefits of soybean oil as a soya. So this is the chapter number 9 content. Now the last chapter is there. So last chapter is what? That is herbal cosmetics. Allocated hours as such for this, that is 4 hours. This is very vast topic as such, but here I have covered certain points, like points to be covered under this topic, that is biological source for almond oil, aloe vera, lavender, olive oil, rosemary, sandalwood. So as a subject teacher, first the point which we should cover, that is biological source of these given drugs like aloe vera to sandalwood. Then chemical constant for the same, start from the aloe vera. If we'll consider aloe vera, then it contains anthraquinone type of glycoside. It is used as a laxative. Like this, we can have the focus. Then almond oil, it's a very good oil for hair growth and all, skin, maintaining the skin, or for in the skin condition also almond oil is used. Lavender oil, it is used in perfumery. Like this, you should focus, start from the biological source, chemical constituents, commercial preparations, and therapeutic and cosmetic use of this drug. But due to time constraint, I have only mentioned this certain key points related to these herbal cosmetics. So just one point which I have mentioned here, what is herbal cosmetics? So referred as a product are formulated because as such in Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and rules in there under in 1945, the definition of cosmetic is well defined. So here the word is only one word which is added over here, that is herbal. So referred as a product are formulated using various permissible cosmetic ingredients to form the base in which one or more herbal ingredients are used to provide defined cosmetic benefits only shall be called as herbal cosmetics. So herbal cosmetics, these are prepared by this same way, but the chemical formulation of all these cosmetic products included addition of various natural additives like waxes, oil, natural color, natural fragrance, and part of plant like leaves and all. Example, sorry, which I have mentioned here, like face wash, deep cleansing, apricot face wash, Himalaya herbal shampoos, anti-dandruff herbal shampoo creams, herbal massage cream, Ayurvedic herbal anti-aging cream. All are the formulations which comes under this herbal cosmetics. So this point we should cover as a point, chapter number 10 as herbal cosmetics. So this is all about theoretical part which I have covered just now. So these are the certain herbal cosmetics examples. So here aloe vera gel, this is the almond, then this is olive, this is almond, these are the benefits of lavender, rosemary, and this is the sandalwood oil. So herbal cosmetic manufacturing, and these are the certain formulations which I have presented as marketed formulations, which have nowadays very good demand, because nowadays people are preferring to, or people are more addicted towards that Ayurvedic formulations. So this is all about theory part. Now in short, we'll start with this practical aspect of pharmacognosy subject. So pharmacognosy practical course code is this year 2013P. Just I have explained this point on slide number 1, which requires 75 hours, 3 hours per week. So here the as such in pharmacognosy practical there is no change. In year 91, same point was there, that is morphological identification of following drugs, but only some drugs which they have added in morphological identification, because these drugs in year 91 syllabus was not included, but here in morphological identification, these are the certain drugs which they have included as Punanava for morphological characters, cinchona, coriander, fennel, agar, cinnamon, ginger, senna. These drugs are included in year 20. So this is the what addition part from the year 2021 syllabus. So now what's our focus should be? So our focus should be already in first session, Shrikant sir told that what's the morphological identification means. So it's nothing but as if possible, then show the particular plant to your student if it's available in your medicinal garden. As such, if it's not available, then try to show them pictures at least, or if in your practical lab, if all these drugs are available as a crude form, you try to show them, and then with the help of simple microscope try to find out different what the morphological characters of that drug. As such, also go for that color, what's the color, odor, taste, size, shape, and extra features related to that drug. If I will consider this coriander and fennel, you know that this coriander and fennel is a umbelliferae family fruit. So what's umbelliferae family fruit? So first thing which we should cover, that it's a what the drug which have the what significance that it is in umbel. Then we can go like this. It's have the vita, and it's have a cremocarpus arrangement, parquetry arrangement, cremocarp, mericarp. Then it also have the it's a such type of a fruit in which both parts are present, like a fruit and seed. So in microscopy, that part we can cover, but in morphology, at least tell them what's the primary reach, secondary reach, like this. In the case of cinchona, what's the fracture in bark, what's the fracture in bark and types of bark. Then they will get that cinchona will have which type of bark. Cinnamon, like it's have a compound pill bark. In case of ginger, the part used is rhizome. First, tell them what is the basic difference in root and rhizome, and then go for the ginger rhizome morphological characteristics. Same thing is applicable for senna. As such, senna is a leaf drug. So, what is the basic difference in leaf and leaflet? And then go for the its identification, like what's its apex, its base, its margin, and then you can cover this point. In gross anatomical studies, its name itself indicates gross. Gross means we can cover here both points, morphological and microscopical characteristics, by taking transverse section or that is longitudinal section, which we can say as a TS or LS. And in gross anatomical study, these are the certain drugs which in year 2020 syllabus included in that ajwain, because this drug was not in syllabus 91, ashwagandha, kurkuma, and vasaka. So these are the 4 new drugs which included in year 2020 syllabus for gross anatomical studies. Now, in gross anatomical study, already pharmacognostic scheme stepwise procedure that is mentioned in old syllabus and in manual, which is from MSBT. So that manual you can refer for the drugs which are in year 91, but for this year 2020, try to refer practical handbook of Gokhale, Kokate, Khandelwal. From that, you will get the idea how we can go for this gross anatomical studies of fruit drug like ajwain, ashwagandha, kurkuma, and vasaka, and try to start from the part used, nature of the drug, and then go for morphological characteristics first, and then microscopical characteristics. Then show them how to take the transverse section, what is the exact technique for section cutting, what's the staining procedure. Then in staining procedure, why there is a need to stain that particular tissue components, and why that lignin is like an example, why that fluorocrystalline and concentrated HCl gives pink color to lignified cells. Likewise, you try to cover that point in practical, and likewise after what explaining all these things, tell to your students that they should try to explain these things in front of in front of in front of students, so that they will have the confidence that yes, I can know, now I can have the knowledge related to ajwain, ashwagandha, kurkuma, whatever the things which we cover, which we have covered in practical. Like this, go for this gross anatomical studies. Then physical and chemical test. Now here physical test, these are nothing but like your color, odor, taste, size, color, odor, taste, and solubility criteria. Because physical and chemical test, this part is required for unorganized drug as evaluation criteria. So here there is a list which is in year 2020 syllabus, but they have given the option that you can cover any 5. So any 5 drug you can cover, for this physical and chemical test, and 2 important drugs which they have included in ER 2020 syllabus, that is guar gum and castor oil, because in ER 91 this part is excluded, but now in ER 2020 this part is included. So chemical test, try to do that chemical test in front of the student. First you show demo to them whether the test, if the test is not getting, tell them what's the reason behind that, why we are not getting that test, due to that due to that adulteration or whatever the parameters which affect for that chemical test. Try to explain that parameters to get the exact results, so that they will satisfy, yes, there might be this reason that yes, I am not getting this test. So like this, try to explain this physical and chemical test for evaluation of any 5 drugs which you have in your laboratory as such. So that is the physical and chemical test for evaluation. And then next part, which is very, very important and very interesting part, which is included in year 2020 syllabus, that is assignment part. So this assignment part is very good part for it's a student-centric part. So whenever we'll assign some work to students, the student will take interest for doing that activity, because we are telling them that yes, this is the assignment and it's helpful for your further education and for your knowledge. So for that purpose, assignment part is very important. So minimum 3 assignment per students you can assign for 3 sessional. So that is the assignment part. And what should be the assignment? So you can tell them that go for searching the Ayurvedic formulations. There is various doses form which are available for Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, homeopathic. And again, go for both classical and proprietary medicines. List out them. Try to find out the information from books only. The books which are available in your library. Please recommend the students refer that books. Don't go for Google search, because if they will refer the books, then they will get what the exact knowledge, and they will have the good data with them for this various doses form. Then tell them to write indications and the labeling requirement for Ayurvedic formulation, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy. And you also simultaneously guide them. You also simultaneously take a feedback from that, what they are doing and what type of difficulties they have for doing this assignment. Then that will be interactive session for the student part and the student's point of view. So, and don't give all the doses form to the students as Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy. Try to give the small piece of that particular assignment to the student, so that they will not overburden and they will enjoy for that assignment. Then marketed preparation of various herbal cosmetics, indications and their labeling requirements. Just I shown to you that particular diagrams like aloe vera gel, almond oil, then shampoos, that anti-dandruff shampoos, then anti-aging cream. Try to tell them that go in Ayurvedic pharmacies, visit them, and then try to take that various herbal cosmetics which they have or which available in their shops, and from that label, try to take the things, who is the manufacturer, who is doing marketing of that herbal cosmetics, what's the manufacturing license number, then manufacturing date, then why there is a taxes are included in that, like that, then indications where it should not be used. All these things students should first learn, and then they should write, and depending upon that completion of their assignment, we should give them mark. So that is assignment part. Then field visit, this is also the important interesting part which included in year 2020 syllabus. So as such visit which is required for first year diploma students, because these are the students which are like a newborn baby. They don't know anything about pharmacy. So, and in that we are teaching them as a pharmacognosy subject. It's a challenge for the subject teacher also. So do not overburden them at once. After a certain period of time, After they will familiar with your that college college environment and all, then show them your medicinal herbal garden, which medicinal plants are available in your medicinal garden, and their use, their cultivation collection, method of cultivation collection, which soil is required on some drugs. These are not as a medicinal drugs, these are not grown in our area. Why? Try to give such things to students, and try to visit also some pharmacies of traditional system, like if in pharmacies, if there is a presence of ayurvedic formulation, then try to visit that ayurvedic pharmacy, Unani, Siddhan and homeopathy, so that student will get all the knowledge, all the required things which they want from our side as a subject teacher. So this is all about. So these are the recommended books from my side. You can refer different books for your for getting data for this pharmacognosy, what theory part and practical part. So from 1 to 5th, these are the books which are for theory, and from 6 and 7, these are the recommended books for practical. Only 5th number book, that is augmented textbook of homeopathy pharmacy by Dr. D. Banerjee or B. Jain, D. Banerjee. The publisher is Jain. That might be not available in your library because it's the new point which is included in year 91, year 2020 syllabus. So please recommend your that management. They will definitely give availability of this homeopathic pharmacy book, and then student will get the student will get the exact things which they want. So this is nothing but what the books which I recommended from my side. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. As we can see, the chat box is full of the messages from all the participants. That nice and informative session. So I hope everyone has liked the session. So if you have any doubts or queries, please put your questions in the chat box. If you have any question, just raise your hands. I guess one of the participants is having questions. So yeah, Mr. Ramringa Sugave, your question, sir?
Thank you, madam. Very nice and informative session. Madam, please elaborate related lab manuals. Can be given by MSBT or we have to selfly prepare?
No, sir. Actually, here in year 20, as per year 91, we have that manual from MSBT in soft copy also and in hard copy also. You can refer that manual. Meanwhile, and after PCI will after MPCI and MSBT will provide, then we'll go for that. Meanwhile, try to refer some practical handbooks for getting the things which are not in our manual.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So for that purpose, I can update you, sir. MSBT, I guess, still in process of formulating the manual. The last year's manual is obviously with us, so you can refer to that. But for the newer experiments, you can refer the newer books. I guess from Nirali publication, they have released one manual as per year 2020. So you can obviously ask for them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and one YouTube link is also available. From Nirali Prakashan, one YouTube link is also available, and I will share that YouTube link with you where all books are as per year 2020 syllabus.
Yeah.
Books
So,
are
thank you, ma'am. As we know, the session has been a bit extended. We'll be shortening our question and answer session. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the session. Next, we'll be moving towards a newer subject, that is human anatomy and physiology. We have here with us Mr. Sunil Chauhan, sir. So, sir, you are there? Hello, Sunil, sir. Just a minute. Till the point we can take one more question till sir joins in. I guess Manisha ma'am. Manisha ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Madam, in gross anatomical study, they have not mentioned the part of plant. So some new drugs are there, ajwain, curcuma. So shall we take refer from the books, part
Yes.
of plant of those drugs?
Because
It means curcuma, we have to take rhizome, dried
yes,
rhizome or wet rhizome.
yes, yes. Yes, definitely, ma'am. By with the help of biological source, we can have the idea that which part we can use as a use for that gross anatomical study. So you can take for curcuma that rhizome, for ajwain fruit, like this.
Yes,
But
rhizome, dried rhizome, we
dried
have to
and
take.
both you can take. If weight is available, then it's good because it will give the good tissue components. When you can observe good tissue components under a microscope, if that weight rhizome is available.
And in case of ajwain and vasaka, shall we take leaf only as
No,
per
no.
your,
In
as per our theory?
ajwain, you take fruit, fruit.
Yes, okay, fruit.
Yes, and in
Yes,
case
as
of
per our
vasaka,
theory.
you take the leaf. Yes, leaf
Leaf,
part.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And from revised ER, which is published in September 23, one more assignment they have given, third assignment, that is herb drug interaction documented in the literature. So
Yeah.
can you tell something about that?
If Tillu sir, the Dr. Shrikant Tillu sir is there, then he will focus on that point because as such that point first we should take some data from the books like Valleys, Trees and Evans, and then we can give that assignment to students because it's a new one assignment for us. So if Shrikant sir is there, then he
Ma'am, we'll be noting
will
your
take that
question
call.
down. Yeah, we'll be noting your question down and we'll be getting back to you. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I guess now we have our next speaker, Mr. Sunil Chauhan, sir. Right, just a minute. Yeah, you can unmute yourself, ma'am. I guess I made you the co-host. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So just to have a brief about Mr. Sunil Chauhan, sir. Sir has completed his B.Pharm from Principal K.M. Kundanan College of Pharmacy, Worli, Mumbai. He has completed his M.Pharm from Mumbai University at ICT from ICT Maitunga. He has vast experience of teaching in MS in the diploma colleges. He is in his 18th year of teaching. He has 2 years of experience in handling research projects in the pharmaceutical industry. He has 1 year experience of pharmaceutical marketing. He has been actively involved as if you are in the Mumbai region, Mr. Sunil Chauhan sir is not a new name. He is a very experienced person and very experienced faculty in MSBT. He has quite a role into designing the journals, the leaflets, and many other activities that MSBT conducts. So we are glad to have you here as a speaker, sir. Over to you, sir.
Presentation?
Not yet, sir. You can share your presentation.
Okay. No, I shared to.
Achha. But you have it with you, sir, right now?
Yes, I will check. Right now, not on this PC.
Okay,
No.
just a minute.
Because I changed my laptop.
Just a minute, sir. Ma'am, Shubhangi ma'am? Hello, Shubhangi ma'am? Just a minute, sir. Just give me a minute, sir.
Yes. Okay, by the time we can start the beginning. All the participants, namaskar to all the participants. I can see there are more than 150 participants here are there. So my heartfelt gratitude to all the faculty members for participating in this webinar. You are giving your time. So that means you are ready to change. You are ready to upgrade yourself. Yes. You are ready to upgrade yourself, isn't it? So it's good because that is a more very important thing that we should be ready to change. Okay. Sir, एकदा झालं presentation तर मला सांगा just. ठीक आहे.
Yes, I'm downloading it, sir.
Okay. So I was was talking about the ready to change. Okay, we are ready to change. So those who are the participants here, they are ready to change. They are ready to upgrade, including myself. Now I will share a very small observation with you. I'm staying in Kalyan East, rather I will say. Those who are staying in the on the railway, the central track or the western track or the any other line. Okay, the local lines. So they have the east and west. So I'm staying in the Kalyan East. Now I'll be sharing this very small observation with you that in the Kalyan East, if you want to reach into the residential area from the railway station, you have to pass through the two tunnels. एक छोटा टनल है जिसको हम बोगदा बोलते हैं मराठी में ना, और एक बड़ा टनल है, उसमें से पास होना पड़ता है. पहला बड़ा टनल है. The bada tunnel, it is about around 60 to 70 meters in the length, and the small tunnel it is around 30 meters length. Okay, so compulsory everybody, if you want to reach in the residential area of the Kalyanis, you have to compulsory pass through these two tunnels. This was a scenario. It was before 20 years. I'm talking about the 20 years. Okay. Now population was increasing day by day. So what happened that both the tunnels now they were get congested, because of the increasing population. तो दोनों के दोनों टनल से जाते वक्त सुबह जब हम बोलते हैं ना, when there is a peak hours, so it was very congested. So all the dust, both the tunnels, they were getting lot of dust, and all the people they are coughing and going throughout that all the tunnels. So then railway has decided to plan the new tunnels. तो नए टनल्स बन गए, बहुत अच्छे सीमेंट के नए टनल्स. उसके बाजू में ही टनल्स बड़े बन गए. उसको तो तकरीबन 1-1.5 साल लगा. बट वो होने के बाद there is nobody go to pass through that tunnel. It was there. It was inaugurated. Everything was okay. All was clean. But the people are not ready to go through that tunnel. They are clean, ultra clean. अच्छी तरह से बड़े टनल है. But still people are passing through all those small tunnels. So this is our tendency that we resist the change. This is an excellent example I have seen. So over the time what happens, then there somebody should take the initiative. तो जैसे अपने जैसे जो लोग हम टीचर्स बोलते हैं ना, so we are ready to take the initiative. So जिनको ऐसे लगा तो वो थोड़े जाना चालू हो गए, तो उनको कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, तो उनका देखकर फिर बाकी की पब्लिक भी जाना वो टनल से चालू हो गई. And now the situation is that now again the population has been increased after the 20 years. So अभी जो छोटे टनल थे वो तो बंद हो गए, but now that has been become the जो नए टनल्स उन्होंने कंस्ट्रक्ट किए थे, बिल्ड किए थे. And now the scenario is that railway has completely taken the all that status that we call. So from the residential area to the railway station, directly there is a FOB, the foot over bridge has been constructed. So there is no question of tunnel now. So this was my observation कि अच्छी तरह से वो construct किए हुए tunnel है, but nobody ready to go through that. Okay? So that is a resist to change. So I must congratulate all of you and my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, so that we are ready to change, including myself. Including myself, we are ready to change. And somewhere year 1991, it was there. We are waiting. All we are waiting. Of course, now we have almost completed 20 years in this academic field. So we were waiting. कि कब होगा, because this year 2020 जो अभी आया है, it has been constructed in year 2011. Okay? Let me tell you, it is in the year it was started. The process was started in somewhere in the year 2011, and we were thinking that at least by 2012, 2013, we will get this. But due to all that whatever the procedure they had to follow, we got it by 2020, and now we are in the 2021. So I congratulate all of us. We should congratulate ourselves that we are lucky to have the year 2020. So we'll be starting the first year. We'll be starting from this year. We already started the first year, all the colleges. So we are ready to change, isn't it? Yeah. So at the outset,
sir, actually, I was.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was waiting for your example. Yeah.
So now you can see the slide. I'm very much thankful to D.Y. Patil University School of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai, as well as IPA Community Pharmacy Division, that is called as the IPA CPD, and then organizing committee of this webinar of this FDP, as well as the coordinator of this program of this webinar. So I'm thankful for giving me the opportunity and making me myself available for this kind of this webinar. Okay. because even I never thought as far as the subject HAP is concerned कि इसके लिए कुछ orientation लगेगा क्या, that was my thinking, but I am thankful to this school of pharmacy that they force us, नहीं sir ऐसा नहीं है, आपको pharmacy के HAP subject है तो क्या हो गया, you have to give the orientation. So I am very much thankful for inviting me and giving this opportunity, making available myself. So now you are observing this slide. Now what is the change in the slide? Anybody can type in the chat box, or you can find out and you can tell me in the chat box what new thing you are observing on this slide. You can type in the chat box also. All the participants, you are welcome to type in the chat box. So I can see what the change you are seeing in this slide. Okay, what a change you are seeing in this slide. Anything that you are able to see the change in the slide? Yes, I'm giving you 5 seconds for that. Yeah. Any change? Yeah, somebody has pointed out or spotted out the change, or it is a plain, there is no change, there is nothing new. Sir, sirf kya hai? So spelling of syllabus, okay, good. Besides, so it is a syllabi, it is a plural. So it is spelling of syllabus, okay. Then what is? Besides the spelling of syllabus, I have mentioned here a very important change here. That is, I have for the word subject, I have mentioned the word course. Okay. For the word subject, I have mentioned the word course. So the course, that is a change, because generally what we have the habit of saying the subject, that I am teaching this subject. So henceforward, what we have to say that we are delivering the course. We are not teaching the subject. So that is a change here. You can see that I have written the course and I have not written here subject. So here human anatomy and physiology is one of the course of first year DPharm class. Likewise, we have pharmacognosy. Just now you have seen all the changes, all the orientation about the pharmacognosy. Then pharmaceutics. So pharmaceutics is a course. Pharmacognosy is a course. So likewise, there are 5 courses in the first year DPharm, and there are the 6 courses in second year DPharm that we everybody know. So my point here is telling that now we are delivering the course and we are not covering the subject. So this is a major shift that has bring, and that we have to also inculcate, that we have to always keep in mind that we are delivering the course. So and the second thing is that when I'm saying I am delivering the theory session. So that's why written here, it is a theory. It is not good to say that I am giving lecture. So ye thode terminologies hai that we have to now adopt. We have to adopt this terminology. So, and when it is a practical, now we say practical. Now what we have to say that I am engaging I am conducting the laboratory session. Instead of saying the practical, I am conducting the laboratory session. So these are the change. And then what is about the diploma in pharmacy? So diploma in pharmacy is not a course. Now the diploma in pharmacy is a program. So these are the few changes. These are the terminologies that we have to accept and that we have to adapt. So subject is no more. You will see the course, and for the whole diploma in pharmacy, there are the programs. So now why this terminology? Again, you will say, sir, usme kya farak padega? We have to accept from the MBA. Okay, from the MBA point of view, we have to accept that. Okay, because in MBA you will see the course, in MBA you will see the program. Now we will come to our subject, that syllabus. Now, what is the meaning of the syllabus that everybody knows? I had just mentioned here the syllabus which is given, or here slightly I have expanded here about the syllabus, that it is an outline of the course of the study. Okay, syllabus is what? It is an outline of the course of the study. Now, if you see our human anatomy and physiology, it is a course that is designed to impart fundamental knowledge of the structure and the functions of the various systems of the human body. So that is basically the fact. Okay, that is basically the fact. The factual information, or it is a factual knowledge that we are going to impart. and it is a fundamental knowledge of structure and function. So that is basically the base of the pyramid. Then there are some processes. There are some processes that we are going to uncover during our theory sessions. That is the principles, we can call them. The course helps in understanding homeostatic mechanism. Okay? Whatever the physiological process that are taking place, that is for the homeostatic mechanism. That is for the maintenance of the balance. Okay? That we call as the internal environment. The internal environment of our body is maintained, and collectively we call as a homeostatic mechanism. So these are all the processes which are covered. Okay? So that we call as a principles. So depending on the fact, there are the principles of the processes, and then at the top level, there is an application of all the fact and the principle, so that further there is a development of the subjects or various disciplines of the pharmacy. Now, being at the diploma in pharmacy, diploma level, we have to focus on the first two things, fact and the principles. Okay, we are not going, when you go to the second year, you have the pharmacology. So for understanding the pharmacology of the drug, we should know the thoroughly what is your body system, okay, body system. So this is the way, that is a approach for our syllabus. That is the approach of our syllabus, that the major content of our syllabus is a fact. Almost more than the 50% is a fact. The remaining 60 to 70% is the principle, and then application level. Of course, at the diploma level, we don't, in the first year at least, we don't go for the application level. Now the question arises, is there any change in the syllabus? All the teachers who are the HAP teachers, those who are delivering the subject, the course, they are delivering the sessions. Is there any change in the subject or the syllabus? So your answer is no. No, your answer is no. All the 15, all the topics, they are as it is. Okay, they are as it is. Now, if there is no, but then the question arises, is your body is same or your body is dynamic? You know, human body, whether it is the same or it is a dynamic. So the answer is, my body is very dynamic, though the syllabus has not changed. Okay, let me give a very simple example, that number of the organs. How many organs are there in our body? Okay, very simple question. Okay, the basic questions, a fundamental question I will ask. How many organs are there in the body? Okay, just type few figures. How many organs are there in the body? Yes, anybody can respond. How many organs are there in the body? Am I audible to you, all of you? Yes. Aditya sir? Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm audible, no?
Yeah, completely, sir. Completely audible.
Yeah. My question to all, yes. How many organs are there in our body? Yes. Yes, very good. Yes, excellent. Thank you. So, हमारा गूगल बाबा बताता है अभी कि there are how many? There are 78 organs in our body. Okay? In 2021, there are 78 organs in our body. But in the year 2015, we have only 75 organs in the body. 2015 में हमारे बॉडी में सिर्फ 75 ऑर्गन्स थे, तो ये 3 कहाँ से आ गए नए ऑर्गन्स? And if you go back to 2012, then again there will be only 72 organs. In the 2012, we have 72 organs. In 2015-16, we have 75, and last year 2020-20, we have 78 organs. So ये क्या है? That means our body is dynamic. Syllabus is not changed, but our body is changing. Yes, body is changing, or their discovery is going on. So that means what? There is a lot of discovery, lot of exploration of the body is still there. It is remaining. That is my perception about the human anatomy. Okay, the another simple fact, the how our body is dynamic. Okay, how our body is dynamic, that our body is made up of the cell. Now just imagine that the every second, yes, just every second that you are sitting and you are listening to me, and every second, how many cells are synthesized in 1 second, and that many cells are getting destroyed. You know, the figure is 12.5 crore. The figure is 12.5 crore. 12.5 crore of the cell every second they are getting newly formed, and similarly 12.5 crore of the cell they are getting destroyed. That is called as, that we call as a destruction, or that is called as a lysis of the cells takes place. So that much is a dynamic our body. Every second that is going on, that kind of the changes. So let us see what we can change. Okay, next slide, please. Syllabus or curriculum. Okay, now thoda sa I will just put on here the why we have the syllabus. The syllabus is an open-ended document. Okay, the syllabus is a open-ended document, and then curriculum is a well-defined document. Well-defined. है ना, फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमारे यहाँ जो सिलेबस है उसमें सिर्फ टॉपिक के नाम से, फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन रिप्रोडक्टिव सिस्टम दे हैव एडेड वन टॉपिक दैट इज कॉल्ड एज अ प्रेगनेंसी, सिर्फ एक नाम लिख गया है, हाउ मच टू टॉट अबाउट, हाउ मच टू डिलीवर अबाउट द प्रेगनेंसी. The doctor may take more than 12 lectures on the pregnancy only. Okay, so that's why the syllabus is what we say, it is open ended. जितना पढ़ा है उतना पढ़ाओ आपको. Okay, but together they are given only 4 hours. So whether we should stick to the 4 hours, not necessary. Hours are mentioned. The total hours are 75. So it depends on the individual teacher. It depends on the individual teacher that how many hours. So we need not stick to the hours which are mentioned in the curriculum. Okay, so that is the one orientation or one thing that we have to take it from my side. Now regarding the curriculum, it is a well-defined document. Just to give the example, how the curriculum is well defined, there is a computer engineering has been the syllabus has been revised, the curriculum has been revised by the MSBT, and only for one semester, the first semester, they have the curriculum of 58 pages. Can you imagine? Only one semester, MSBT has a computer engineering, that course is there, and that is also diploma level I'm talking about. And they have the 58-page document curriculum. So that much it is well defined. Okay, that much of the efforts they are taking while developing the curriculum, whereas we have the syllabus. So we are free to deliver the sessions. जो हमें पढ़ाना है हम पढ़ा सकते हैं. There is nobody anything binding on us. The only thing is that at least the topics are mentioned. So that is clear. The syllabus, what is the syllabus? But the thing is that they have added the tutorial. So that is the one additional thing. Tutorial 1 hour per week for all the theory sessions. Tutorial is there. So tutorial where we are going to take care of our weaker students. Okay, the academically poor students who are not able to grasp during our regular theory sessions. We can call them, and a small batch of the students we can deliver the session. So that is a tutorial, and that has been made compulsory. So that is a part of our syllabus. So we should take the tutorial also. So these are the two things that I have to share with you, that though the number of hours are mentioned, we should not bother about the number of hours. And regarding the tutorial, we must follow that practice of the taking the tutorials. Now let us reorient ourselves. So that's why we are gathered here, because the subject, there is no any change in the topics, because body is remaining the same, but still the body is a dynamic that we have seen. So what is a reorientation? That this is the most important slide, I feel so, in my presentation. The action of changing the focus or the direction, that is we are saying it is a reorienting ourselves. Now in what way? First is the program outcomes, then next is the course outcomes, and then after that, yes, next is there is a the next click please. There is a learning outcomes. So this is where to make a change. This is where to reorient ourselves. Because previously, whatever the syllabus it was given, it has a course objectives. Okay, it has a course objective. Now, what is the meaning of the course objectives? These are the course objectives which are the teacher centered. These are the teacher centered, and now they are given the course outcomes in the syllabus. They are given the course outcomes, and when you say the course outcomes, they are the student centered. So that is a change that we have to accept. So you have to always keep in mind that is a course outcome, that whatever the course, that is a human anatomy and physiology is a course. So at the end of the course, what student will learn? So that we have to find out. So that we have to decide, that we have to make a list of the course outcome at the beginning of starting of your sessions. So you should know that the statements These are the clearly describing meaningful statement. These are the observable and these are the measurable things or the skills. So that student we can measure those skills whether they are imparted or not at the end of the term or at the end of your year or at the end of your course. Now regarding the program outcomes are same for all the diploma in pharmacy because they are given by the NBA, okay, National Board of Accreditation. See, every institution or every college now and then we have to go for the accreditation purpose. So that program outcomes, the list of 9 program outcomes have already given by the NBA. What we have to decide at the college level is the course outcomes of every course, and then we'll come to the learning outcome. The learning outcome, it is a statement that tells students what they will be able to do at the end of the period of a time. That is a particular chapter we will say. So that is a learning outcome. So we have to first figure out, we have to clearly mention about the course outcome and the learning outcome. The few examples I will show you. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the course outcome that I have listed for the course Human Anatomy and Physiology. You need not agree with this because you will have your own course outcomes. This is just to give an example about the course outcome because we are also planning for the NBA accreditation. We are in the process of the accreditation. So these are the course outcomes. So from this we can take the guidance that in this way we have to list out, we have to figure out the course outcome. So 5 course outcomes I have listed for the course. Similarly, when your college will be going for the accreditation process, you have to, every individual teacher, you have to design, you have to develop your course outcomes. And for that, we should know what is the content of our course. Okay, so keeping in the mind the content of the course, the depth of the course, we can list out, we can make the such kind of the sentence. Okay, it requires a lot of time. We have to give a lot of time to frame those sentences. And if you have any consultant, how to design, how to develop the course outcome, okay, that consultant will be very much helpful in designing. So I have tried to design this course outcome. So this is from my point of view. Okay, even now these are these I have prepared 1 year back. Okay, even once now I see once again. Okay, I get some here some improvement in that the C104. Now 104 is what? 10C for the class. Okay, 104, 1 stand for the first year, and then 04 is the number of the subject. We have 5 subjects. So the human anatomy and physiology is the subject number 4. So C1, that is the first year, and 04 is the number of the subject. So in that we have 5 course outcomes. So this is the example I have given. Okay, you may have your own course outcome also. Okay, so next slide, please. Now we'll come to the important one that each and every teacher has to frame, and that is a learning outcome, which is a student-centric. A statement described in the observable and measurable term that the learner is able to do after completing the lesson, chapter, section, topic, whatever you say. After the completion of that particular the chapter or the section or the topic, the student will be able to do. Now we have to how to write the learning outcome. Okay, very briefly, I'll be telling the process how to write the learning outcome. First, we have to identify the level of learning. Okay, first we have to identify the level of learning. There are 6 different level of learnings. Okay, the select a verb from the Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, he's an educational scientist that I will show in the next slide. Okay, Bloom's taxonomy, that is observable. So there are some verbs. So that verbs you have to select. The first step, you have to identify the level of learning, whether it is at the knowledge level or at the comprehension level or at the application level. Okay, there are 6 different levels of the learning according to the Bloom's taxonomy. So we have to select the verb and we have to first identify what is the level of the learning. Now, as far as our subject is concerned, our level of learning is at the first, that is a knowledge level, and the second, that is a comprehension level. So these 2 levels are applicable for our students. Then when you are framing the learning outcome, you have to select the verb, and then you can add the additional criteria to indicate how or when the outcome will be observable. How and when. How means process and when means time. Within how many minutes, within how many time that particular change in the behavior or whatever the skill that has acquired. So that is a way that we can frame the your learning outcome. Okay, this is basic this is the steps to write the learning outcomes. Okay, next slide. Now these are the levels of learning. Now you can see that Bloom's taxonomy 1956 and there is a Anderson and Krathwohl 2001. So some improvisation has been carried out by these two educational technologists in 2001. And they have changed the verbs. They have changed the level. Okay, for example, knowledge, they use the word remember. For comprehension, they use the word understand. So in this way, the changes has been carried out. Now this, all the information is available on the net. I just added to get those participants who are very fresh or they are in this academic field. So they should go and they should find out what is the Bloom's taxonomy or what is the Anderson-Krathwohl. It is very helpful when you deliver the subject, when you deliver the course, when you deliver the topic. If this background is there at the back of the mind, then when you are delivering the session, that will always remember in our mind that student should be able to then dash. So our focus gets changed when we deliver the session. That is the biggest advantage following this, because all over the world all this taxonomy has been accepted. Okay? So this is very basic to frame our learning outcomes. And similarly, when we are delivering the session, before going to the individual session, before delivering the individual session, we should have learning outcomes for that particular session. Okay, we should have learning outcome for that particular session. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Now here I will give the example of the learning outcomes. Okay, few whatever the topics which are given in our syllabus, I have framed the learning outcomes. Now the topic number 1, the body, the scope of anatomy and physiology. Now again, our whole 15 topics, all the 15 topics, they can be divided in the different 4 sections. The first section is the body and its constituents. And in that we are going to study about the scope of anatomy and the physiology. Okay, and whatever the figures that you are seeing at the right side, okay, the whatever figure, this 2, it is a number of hours allocated here as that is given in our ER 2020. So we need not stick to these hours. Okay, just I have mentioned here as it is given in the syllabus. Now what is the learning outcome? See the phrase, student will be able to define common anatomical terms. So this we have to keep in mind when we are delivering the session, whether we are taking the efforts so that at the end of the session, student will define the common anatomical terms. Okay, so this session, it will require the 2 theory session. This topic will require 2 theory session as per their requirement, but it is not necessary. You may take 3 session also, you may take 1 session also. It is up to you that what kind of the resource material you are using for delivering your content. Okay? So define the common anatomical terms, whatever the anatomical terms that we are going to discuss, or rather you might have started also, so that the student should be able to define. Okay, this is again what? It is a knowledge level. It is a K, it is a knowledge level. Next topic is a structure of cell, learning outcomes. Student will be able to, अभी उसमें content क्या है? Component and its functions. Component of the cell and the functions of the cell organelles, everything it is there. Now the learning outcome is that the student will be able to describe the structure of plasma membrane, explain the functions of following organelles. So here knowledge level as well as the comprehension level. When the learning outcome, it starts with the word explain, so it is a comprehension level. So that point we have to remember when we are delivering our theory session. So that depth we have to deliver our session, so that student will be able to explain. So that way we have to make our resource material. Okay? I'm sure you are getting me. I'm going very slowly. Next slide, please. Tissues of the human body. There are 4 tissues: epithelial, connective, muscle, and nervous tissue. Their types and characteristics. Now, what learning outcome student will be able to describe the structure and function of these tissues. Simple. Student will be able to describe the structure and the function of these tissues, epithelial, connective, muscle, and the nervous tissue. So that is our learning outcome for this. Okay. Next slide. Next slide, sir. Then homeopoietic system. Now the second section is a communication, and in communication there are 6 topics are there. Okay. The hemopoietic system. Hemopoietic system, that is about the your composition of the blood, process of the hemo. This is the one topic that has been added, which was not there previously. That is the process of the hemopoiesis. Process of the hemopoiesis. Characteristics is their mechanism and the importance of the blood group. That was there already in the ER 91 also. The one thing which is added here, that is the process of the hemopoiesis. So that we have to deliver in our theory session. Now, what learning outcomes you can frame? Define the terms internal environment and the homeostasis. Compare and contrast the mechanism and outline the potential consequence of the homeostatic imbalances. Okay, so in that way you can frame. Now, this just I have given the example so that you will have the idea. Similarly, remaining topics, okay, you have to, so I have written their action. Now you have to frame on your own. No? You have to frame on your own whatever the learning outcomes. So before starting the delivering the session, we should have learning outcomes for each session that we call as a lesson plan. Okay, what we call as a lesson plan. Okay, so then we have the lymphatic system, the cardiovascular system. Okay, why I have written here word action? Because up to the 4th topic I have given the learning outcomes. Now henceforth you have to do on your own. Okay, you can frame your own learning outcomes. Okay, so that is a compulsory activity for the teacher. Whether it has been told to you by your your principal or your head of the department, irrespective of that, on our part as a teacher, we must frame learning outcomes and then we should start our session. Okay, it should be there listed in our whatever the material that we have. Okay, next slide, please. Then the nervous system, there are 8 hours are given. Okay. Everything is same, there is no change. Sense organs, anatomy and physiology of all the sense organs, the 6 hours are given. Then there is the endocrine system, the hormones and their functions. So again, it is everything, it is the same as it is that was in the year 1991. Okay, so you will design, you will figure out the learning outcomes for all those topics. Then next slide. This is the 3rd section or our content, that is the syllabus, HAP syllabus, the intake of material and the elimination of the waste. And there are the 3 systems that you have to deliver: the respiratory system, the digestive system, and the urinary system. Okay, and again the number of hours are given. Next slide. The last one, that is a protection and the survival. Okay, so protection and the survival here, osseous system. Though in our syllabus, now here the one thing again, you can change your sequence of the delivering the session. There is no binding. Though in syllabus the number of system whatever given, there is some definite sequence is given. So it is up to us how we are going to the deliver. Okay, the osseous system that you can take at any moment after the, generally I prefer after the cardiovascular system or after the homeopathic system, I prefer to deliver the nervous system and endocrine system first. Then I go for the another system. So it is better that you first cover after the tissue, and after once you completed the hemopoietic system, that is the blood. Usually I prefer to deliver nervous system and the endocrine system, and then I go for the remaining of the systems. Okay, so that is my way of delivering, or that is a pattern or the sequence. Okay. Next. Now the question arises, who am I? Syllabus तो वही है, there is a no change, थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर change किया है, एक दूसरा topic add किया है. So what is then the question arises, who am I? So what are the different roles that I'm going to play or I can play here? Yes, click करते जाओ sir, एक एक करके click करते जाओ. Okay, okay. Next and last. Okay, so you have to find out your role. Either you are teacher, whether you are a facilitator, where you are coordinated, or you are guide. Now my what is my role? Generally, I accept is that I am a facilitator. I am not a teacher. Okay. I am facilitated for the student because all the information is available to them. You know, various textbooks are there. The all YouTube channels are available, so they have all the material with them. Okay. The only thing is what now we have to facilitate. We have to make them clear the whatever the knowledge that we have gathered and the explanation that we are going to give to the students. So we are just the facilitator. That is my role. Okay. Because I always share with the students that I am not a teacher, I am the facilitator, I am the coordinator, and sometimes I am the guide also. Now you have to decide that who you are, who am I, whether I'm a teacher or the facilitator or the coordinator or guide. This is just to think about yourself. Okay? Who am I? Just to think about the teacher. You are born teacher. We all are born teacher. You know? But then we have to go for the further, that is you have to become the facilitator. Okay, now this is something different I have added. Yes, you can go on clicking one by one. This is the one thing I have to share. Some of you may be knowing about this, and I will take opportunity here to thank Department of Pharmacy, Government Polytechnic Jalgaon. I have attended one FDP on this and from there I have taken this. I'm sharing with this you because I have done this. You can see here example I have given here on the slide, the kmkhapgenomio.com. So this is a website I have created with the help of this learning management service, LMS jisko bolte hain. Okay? So this is a open source this is a open source software is there. Okay, there is a www.genomio.com, the homepage you have to go, and you can see that there is a create your own site. So this is a one of the this is a platform that you can develop for our students. Okay, it is very easy. Instead of sharing at all the time after delivering the lecture, student will ask you, sir, madam, PPT share kar do. So instead of doing that every time that activity, you develop your own website URL. Okay, likewise you can see here, I am giving these steps here, that how you can develop your own website, and you can add you can upload your all the PPTs, all the resource material, whatever the video that you have taken or whatever the video that you have developed. So that video also you can upload. You can also enroll your student. Okay, so all that is yes, you can click on sir. So it is very easy to create, and it is free of cost. It is free of cost. So I will appeal all the teachers who are attending this, who are participating in this session, that if you are already that there is no question, that you should develop your website, and you can go to my website also. All the learning resource material I have kept there. Very simple process is there. You go to the home page. There is a one tab, create your site. You have to type your own website name. Like I have typed there KMK, it is the initial for our institute, KMK, and then HAP is the name of subject. Similarly, I am also having the subject second year HCP. So I have created there kmkhapgenomio.com. You will receive an email. You have to select the language, then you have to create the site. Then you will receive another email by the Genomio support. You will get your username and the password. And then after getting that password, your site is get activated. Then on the site, on the left side, you will see the three lines. That three lines that is called as a drawer. In that drawer, you have to click, and there is a site home. You have to click on the site home, and then you can see on the right side there is a click on turn edit on, and then you can add your course. You have to save and display. You go on adding topic. You go on adding your resource material, everything. Okay? So this is a very useful platform for ourselves. For us also, and for the student also. And even though I may not have all the PPT with my PC or the laptop or my mobile, I can start the session anywhere, because all the material is available at my website kmkhapgenomio.com. There the students can enroll there as a student. They can create their own account, and student can avail. They can download all the material, all the videos, all the whatever the resource. I have uploaded the book also, the reference material. So that is in my next slide, the last slide. Yes, sir, please. Next slide. You can see these are the two references. They are sufficient for our course, Human Anatomy and Physiology. One is very well known to all of you. That is Ross and Wilson, Anatomy and Physiology. and other is slightly deep. If you want to go, then there is a Tortora and Derrickson, the principles of anatomy and physiology. Okay, for preparing my notes also for my presentation that I deliver to the students, I have used these two books. Okay, they are extremely useful. Very good explanation. Very good images are there. So my PPT, whatever the presentations I have prepared, that is also available in public domain. If you want, any new teacher is there, and if you want the slides, it is available on the slideshare.net. Slideshare.net, all 15 topics, you will get the all slides. Slideshare.net, you go and in the search you type Sunil Chavan human anatomy and physiology. बस इतना आप टाइप कर दो, पूरे के पूरे 15 जो अपने टॉपिक्स है उसके सबके all slides are available and they are in the public domain. You can download that. Okay, and if you want to make the changes, you can make the changes in that slides also. So they are editable. So these are the two books for the references. These are the best book available. No need to go to search for any third book. Okay. Now besides, you have the YouTube, and a number of teachers, they are making their videos of the theory session also. Okay, because of this pandemic, we have to be online and we have to develop our own study material. So there are many teachers, they are taking a lot of efforts, and on YouTube also you can get the guidance from that reference material. Okay, from that YouTube, whatever the videos are there. Okay, the last slide. So here I'm ending my presentation. The very last slide is about the, of course, it is about the thank you. Okay, the last slide, I will just ask the sir, Aditya sir, just share the last slide.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, it is about nothing but new, but it is only for the thank you, and the thank you. You know, the very first thank you, it is for you, all the faculty members who have actively participated in the session. The second thank you, it is for the technology. With the help of the technology, we can attend the sessions being at our institutes. You know, this is possible. 150 the participants are there, so this is a very big achievement. So I'm thankful to the technology. And the last thank you for myself, my body and my mind that had availed. So I have to thank you, my mind and body. Okay, so thank you, and thank you. With this gratitude, once again, I end my session of reorienting the course Human Anatomy and Physiology. Okay, yeah. Now over to you for question answers, if any you have, please. Thank you.
Just moving towards before the question and answer, I thank you. Just like to wish you, thank you for the presentation, sir. It's been a pleasure to have you here. So I guess it's been obviously the very informative session. As you can see, the chat box again, everyone is typing the same. So if you have any question, you can just type in the chat box or raise your hand for the question. Anyone? Yeah, I guess this assignments for HAP.
That will be covered in practical.
Okay.
For HAP. Yeah. Again, it is very simple. All assignments are. Now there your teachers' creativity is required.
Yeah.
For giving the assignments. You can also ask the students to prepare the voice over PPT for the assignments. Not necessarily always written. You can ask the students to prepare the voice over PPT. Very small topic. Very small topic you can give, and you can ask to prepare. Just prepare 4-5 slides, and you give your voice, and that we can also learn voice over PPT.
Yeah, again, that's been from the FDP, Jalgaon FDP.
Yeah. That was a fantastic FDP I have attended.
Yeah, I have also attended the same.
Yeah, and I have accepted. I have implemented actually. Whatever they are taught in that FDP, they have taken a lot of efforts.
Yeah.
So
that's nice.
All the things I have accepted.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. I guess everyone is saying the same thing. I guess no more questions into that. So next, I would like to welcome Dr. Mushtaq sir, Mushtaq Ali Khan. Hello. Hello, Mushtaq sir. I just made you co-host. You can just unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Just before starting with the presentation, I would like to give a brief about Mushtaq Ali Khan sir. So Mushtaq Ali Khan sir has completed his B Pharm from JNTU Hyderabad with the distinction. He has completed his M Pharmacy from Alana College of Pharmacy, Pune. He has very vast experience of 15 years in academics and 1 year experience from the industry. So, and he has conducted and attended various training programs, industrial training, academic training program across different domains. So we welcome you, sir, and over to you, sir, for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You're sharing.
Just a minute, sir.
Okay, sir.
So just a minute, sir. I have a technical problem. Just wait for.
Yes, sir.
My slide visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, but not the presentation.
I think. Just a minute, sir.
Sure, sir. Sure. Yeah, sir. Your presentation was visible and the last. Yes, sir. Hello. You can unmute yourself, sir. Hello, sir. Mustaq sir, you can mute yourself. Yeah. Yes, sir, visible. Your slide is visible now. You are mute, I guess.
I'm audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Sorry for that.
No, no issue. Not an issue. Yes, sir. You can continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank Dr. Somani, sir. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Dr. Somani, sir, is staying for arranging and giving an opportunity for orientation the subject Human Anatomy and Physiology practical as per year 2020. And the first outcome of the orientation. After this short 15 to 20 minutes orientation, the participants will be able to explain the framework of HAP practical as per year 2020, and the participants will be able to deliver HAP practical course in outcome-based education. First, coming to the HAP practical, the course is designed to train the students and inculcate the skills. They have to acquire the skills to carry out basic physiological monitoring of various systems and to perform hematological tests. Next, objectives of this course is they are designed and the students will get the techniques and get familiarized. The teacher has the objective, the facilitator should have the objective that the student should be able to collect blood from different techniques and carry out various hematological assessments and interpretation of results. Second, the student will be able to test the vital physiological parameters and interpret the results. Same way, the student must examine the slides with the help of microscopes to discuss the anatomy and physiological characteristics of various organ systems of the body using model charts and other teaching aids. So first of all, course outcomes, which we'll discuss later. First, we'll see what are the new updates that contains in ER 2020 to human anatomy and physiology practicals. So we are using the compound microscope, but in this content in ER 2020, they have made a practical study of compound microscope. Next, previously we are recording the blood pressure. Okay, without means normal in the patient will be in normal position and rest position. Now they have changed or updated the recording of blood pressure in various postures, different arms, as well as before and after exertions. Means we have to take the blood pressure during rest. After that, the student will go for exercise after running for short period, and there will be exertion in his body. There will be stimulation of the body organs, and then we will again take the blood pressure. They have increased this point in the new contents. Next, in the same way, we have to record the body temperature using mercury, digital or IR thermometers. In previous time, we are using just any one thermometer to detect the body temperature, but they have changed this to use 3 types of thermometers, and we have to measure the body temperature at various locations. That means we have to measure or record both the temperature, core temperature as well as surface temperature. These are updates in this content, recording of body temperature. Next, for heart rate and pulse rate, we have to record at various locations and also before and after exertions. Means the body should get stimulated. That means there will be stimulation of sympathetic nervous system, and then what the changes will appear in the pulse rate as well as heart rate, we have to measure. Okay. And the new experiment which they have added in 2020 is respiratory rate. Before, in previous experiments, we are not going to perform this respiration rate. Now we have this ER has added this respiration rate. They are also added recording of pulse oxygen before and after exertion. So it is also a new experiment in diploma level. Next, recording of force of air expelled using leak flow meter. So this is also a new content. So these are the contents which are updated or added new in year 2020 in practical HAP. Some points are deleted. Next is measurement of height, weight, and body mass index. Some contents are deleted from the old syllabus, that is actual ER 1991. There was 2 experiments which are deleted. First is prepare and examine the malaria parasite. It has been deleted from new syllabus. And next is recording of ECG. Previously it was present in ER 1991. Now they have omitted this part, recording of ECG. Next, coming to the new apparatus which are added in year 2020. So because all the experiments are same, just 7 experiments has been changed. So we have at least 4 to 5 apparatus which are new for our syllabus. So I will show the diagram. More of 3 or 4 experiments, that is apparatus, already everyone using. First is peak flow meter. This is a peak flow meter which is used to check the respiration or exhalation rate. Okay. So I will show the animation part of actual how we have to use this. So this is the new apparatus, peak flow meter. Second is stadiometer, that is to measure the height, because the experiment has been added to calculate the height and weight. Stadiometer to measure the height. Next apparatus is digital BP apparatus. Before time we are using the manual, that is manometer type digital apparatus, BP apparatus. Now we are using digital BP apparatus. Next, IR thermometer. Today's world, everyone knows the IR thermometer. Pulse oximeter, digital thermometer. It's quite common in the COVID era. Pulse oximeter. Next, weighing machine to calculate BMI and weight. So these are the few equipments which are added in the new year. Next, coming to the respiration, the experimental part. Already we know that we have conducted all the experiments as per ER 1911-19. So now the changes has been made in year 2020. 3 new experiments has been added. Okay. Others are updated, like we know already, everyone knows how to calculate the blood pressure, how to calculate the body temperature. So just we have to change the locations and we have to monitor the measure the recording. Now for respiration rate, 1 complete breath compromises 1 inhalation when the chest cavity rises, followed by 1 exhalation when the chest falls. Okay. So we have to measure the respiration rate, that is count the number of breaths per minute. How we have to count it? I will show you the actual demo.
Take the patient's arm as if you're checking a regular pulse. The goal of this is so that they don't know you're counting respirations. As you do this, watch the patient's chest for rise and fall, counting each time they take a breath.
You can check the rising, fall of chest.
Measure this for 30 seconds and multiply by 2 and you have a respiration per minute.
So we have to count the number of breaths, that is 1 inhalation and 1 exhalation by seeing the chest cavity. So by this we have to record per minute and we have to take 3 to 4 readings and we have to make the average. So this is for respiration rate. Next experiment which is added is recording of forced air exhale using peak flow meter. So we have to blow the air in this area after maximum inspiration and we have to take the read. So how we have to take, you can see the video.
On SIM card, you can blow the air out of your lungs. Before each use, make sure the sliding marker is at the bottom of the rubber stand. Stand or sit up straight with your chin slightly lifted and look straight ahead. Keep this position for the entire time. Blow out and empty your lungs as much as possible. Breathe in deeply to completely fill your lungs with air. Put the mouthpiece between your teeth and close your lips tightly. Do not put your tongue on the mouthpiece. Blow out as hard and fast as you can through the mouthpiece. The sliding marker will move up the scale. Look at the number on the meter.
So after blowing, there will be the value which the slider will move upon and indicates the breathing. That is liters per minute. How much you have exhaled the air.
To see where the marker stops. Repeat the steps and measure your peak flow 3 times. Record the highest number you reached. Be sure to reset the meter to 0 before each time that you go into the meter.
So like this, we have to take 3 to 4 readings, and the maximum value is our result. Okay, so normal value is 350 to 500 meters per minute. So by this way, we have to conduct this experiment, that is recording force of air expelled using peak flow meter. Next experiment is measuring of height, weight, and BMI. Everyone knows how to measure the height, weight. Then we have to calculate the BMI using the formula. That is, BMI is equals to body mass index, weight in kg upon height in meters square. So I have given an example. If the person's weight is 70 kgs and height is 1.72 meters, then BMI will be calculated, that is 70 upon 1.72 whole square. That will give the reading, and we have to compare with the standards, that if the reading comes in the range 18.5 to 24.9, then the weight is, the BMI is normal. Okay, weight status is normal and BMI is at normal. Okay. Next, coming to the planning of delivery of content of syllabus, as it has increased from 50 hours to 75 hours, so we have to plan the experiments accordingly. So my suggestions, so we can plan in 2 ways. First, we can take the minor experiment for 1.5 hours, that is for 90 minutes, and we can give 3 hours for study of various system and organs. One way we can do it. Another way is we can give full, that is minor experiments for 3 hours, and we can keep to study the various system and organs for 1.5 hours. Likewise, we have to plan the experiments, and we have to conduct all the experiments within 75 hours. Next, books recommended. So I have recommended these books for hematological and physiological practicals, that is SR Kale and Kale textbook for practical anatomy, Ramdev Vijay textbook for practical physiology, Goel for practical anatomy and physiology, and Joshi Vijay practical physiology. The books for study of systems already we have covered in theory part, all the books like Chatterjee, Chaudhary sir, Desai, Gandhi's Elements of Human Anatomy and Physiology, Ross and Wilson, and Crawford. So these are certain books. They have very good images, everything to study for systems. Next, what skills we have to develop by these practicals? Usually, we have to develop 3 types of skills using this taxonomy. First is cognitive skills. They should develop knowledge. Students को knowledge आना चाहिए practicals करने के बाद. Next, what they have to, there will be development of affective domain, that is growth in feelings and emotional areas. After performing the practicals, they should develop the feelings, okay, the effectiveness and the importance of various rules and regulations. The mind के अंदर ये चीज बैठना चाहिए. Next is psychomotor skills, which is a major part of our practicals. That is, they have manual or physical skills. So the Bloom's taxonomy has divided and has given levels for revised cognitive domains, remembering, understanding. These are the levels. And for psychomotor domain, they are imitation, manipulation, precision, articulation, etc. And for affective domains, there is receiving phenomena, respond to phenomena, valuing, etc. So we have to develop the students taking as the base. First, the student will remember, and then they will understand it, and then they will apply. So we can ask the questions to gain the attainment. So for the practical case in the psychomotor domain, first what they have to do, the student should imitate. In imitation, what they will do, they will copy or replicate the actions of others, that means teachers. They will follow, repeat, copy, identify Okay, what they will do? They will copy what the demo we have shown in the practical. They will copy. Next level will be manipulate. In manipulation, what they will do, they will repeat or reproduce actions to standard from memory of instructions. Okay. So during examination, like in sessional exam, what they will repeat everything without seeing or without instructions. So there will be development of level, 8 levels से दूसरे level पे student develop हो जाता है, like imitate से develop हो जाएगा manipulate के. After manipulation, he will become perfect. He perform actions with expertise and without help and ability to explain others to actions to others. तो फिर एक perfect level पे जाता है student बार-बार करने की वजह से practical. That's why normally हम reading जो भी लेंगे 3 times, 4 times, 5 times लेके start first imitate करेगा student, देखकर copy करेगा, फिर उसके बाद खुद से practice कर करेगा और फिर जब exams वगैरह में they will show exact skills. So normally in diploma level, we move on to these 3 levels, that is imitate, manipulate, and perfect. Articulate normally जाते नहीं क्योंकि we are not this what we call the change practical के method को या instruments को. That's why we will not usually move on to articulate method or embody method in diploma level. Next, upon completing of this HAP practical, student के अंदर क्या competencies आना चाहिए? First competency practical और theory होने के बाद आएगा review of prescriptions. कोई prescription देखकर ये समझ पाएगा कि बीमारी क्या है, उसको human anatomy याद आ जाएगा, that means he will develop that competence. दूसरा, that is he will provide patient counseling or education. If the student has gained knowledge by human anatomy and physiology about disorders, then he can easily counsel the patients. Okay. Regarding the disorder, how to take the medications, etc. What is the importance? Next, he will become expertise on medication. जब तक बीमारी मालूम नहीं होगी, दवाई समझ में नहीं आएगी, तो बीमारी को मालूम करने के लिए ह्यूमन एनाटॉमी एंड फिजियोलॉजी बेस रहता है. और because of depending on this base, he can become expertise on medication. Next, he can able to deliver primary and preventive health care. Like experiments के अंदर भी आप देख सकते हैं बहुत सारे experiments है, BP को check करना, है ना? फिर दूसरा रेस्पिरेशन रेट को, पल्स रेट को मेजर करना आजकल का नीड है. दे फार्मासिस्ट कैन बी डू इट वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. ओके, सो दीज आर द वेरियस what we call the competencies to develop by our subject, that is human anatomy and physiology. Next, coming to the course outcomes, because the course has designed that the student will show these things. Students को क्या आना चाहिए course करने की बात. 1 year का course जब करेगा, student should be able to perform all the hematological tests like to determine the clotting time, bleeding time, etc. ये आना चाहिए, and to monitor the physiological parameters like blood pressure, body temperature. We have to monitor that. Okay, उसको आना चाहिए at the end of course. Next, we should be able to describe the microscopic characteristic of tissues, and then last, fourth outcome, we should discuss the significance of anatomical and physiological characteristics of human body. ये अपना टारगेट है कि स्टूडेंट्स को एट द एंड ऑफ दिस कोर्स ये सब इसको आना चाहिए, 4 आउटकम उसके अंदर अपीयर होना चाहिए. So that's why we have to plan it. फर्स्ट प्लानिंग में आएगा कि these कोर्स आउटकम्स आर मैपिंग विद आवर प्रोग्राम होता है. ठीक है, हम लोग का प्रोग्राम डिप्लोमा इन फार्मेसी, उससे कोर्स आउटकम मैच हो रहे कि नहीं हो रहे, वी हैव टू मैप. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, कोर्स आउटकम 1 है, दैट इज परफॉर्म द हेमाटोलॉजिकल टेस्ट. जब ब्लड टेस्ट के बारे में उनको नॉलेज आएगा, दैट मींस दे आर गेनिंग द फार्मेसी नॉलेज. दैट्स व्हाई वी गिव 3 level, the highest level, because of by performing these tests we will gain the pharmacy knowledge. Next, modern tool usage. By using the modern tools like आजकल CT apparatus चेंज हो गया है, स्पीक्ट्रोमीटर चेंज हो गया है, तो न्यू टेक्निक्स आ रहे हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्निक्स आ रहे हैं और इंस्ट्रूमेंटल टेक्निक्स आ रहे हैं. जब ये परफॉर्म करेगा स्टूडेंट तो उसको मॉडर्न टूल यूसेज आ जाएगा. दैट्स व्हाई बिकॉज ऑफ दिस कोर्स ही इज गेनिंग हाईएस्ट लेवल ऑफ POC, दैट इज मॉडर्न यूसेज. इसी तरीके से हम अपना कोर्स को मैप करेंगे विद POs, दैट इज प्रोग्राम आउटकम्स. लेवल बहुत ज्यादा नॉलेज मिल रहा है तो हाई लेवल, अगर मॉडरेट है तो सेकेंड लेवल पे आएगा और लो रहेगा तो 1 लेवल पे. और थोड़े सिस्टम्स में क्या होगा, दैट इज ही विल नॉट एबल टू provide any weightage to that particular theme. Next, unit outcomes. Just as Sunil sir has discussed with you about the unit outcomes, इसी तरीके से practical after performing one experiment, what should students able to gain from that experiment, we have to write down it. That are called unique outcomes or statements that describe the knowledge or skills students should acquire by the end of an practical. Okay. So examples of unique outcomes, like if I am performing conducting the practical blood clotting time determination. So I will set my unit outcomes that at the end of this practical, the student should be able to define the clotting time which comes under cognitive domain, that is कुछ remember करेगा, कुछ समझ में आएगा उसको, state the normal clotting time, explain the formation of blood clot. These are the statements which I have written so that I can gain these skills into the students. जब तक हम लोग का टारगेट रहेगा कि ये पूरे स्किल स्टूडेंट्स के अंदर आना चाहिए, तो फिर उसके हिसाब से हम लोग कोर्स को डिलीवर करेंगे, प्रैक्टिकल को डिलीवर करेंगे, और वी विल ट्राई टू चेक वेदर द स्टूडेंट्स हैज inculcate these things in his mind. Okay. Next, some skills that is psychomotor, उसको करना आना चाहिए, that is called psychomotor, physically motor skills, that is some with hands, with eyes, ये इसको करना आना चाहिए. Like examples है unit outcomes of practical blood clotting time determination, like correctly prick the finger aseptically, इसको ये आना चाहिए कि prick करे, properly prick करने आना चाहिए. So at the end of this experiment, fill the capillary quickly without air entrapment. ये मेरा target है, every student should able to fill the capillary without air entrapment. Next, he has to break the capillary into small parts and identify the piping thread formation. तो ये मेरा target है कि end of that practical, these things should be gained in the students. इसको करना आना चाहिए. इसी तरीके से effective domain भी रहेगा, जिसके अंदर students को इंपॉर्टेंस मालूम होना चाहिए एसेप्टिक टेक्निक्स. अगर इफ इट नॉट फॉलो द एसेप्टिक टेक्निक, इंफेक्शन होने का चांस है, तो ये माइंड में आएगा, इसके दिमाग में आएगा, दिमाग में क्या आएगा, हार्ट में आएगा. तो फिर ये टेक्निक्स और ये फॉलो करता है, तो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस को ये फॉलो करने लगेगा. नेक्स्ट इफेक्टिव डोमेन में जो टारगेट रहेगा, दैट इज कंप्लाइज द रूल्स ऑफ डिस्पोजिंग द बायो वेस्ट. So these are the targets which we should keep and the students will perform at the end. Okay. तो इतना अपना टारगेट रहेगा, तो कुछ अपने को रूल्स बनाने पड़ेंगे, कुछ अपना प्लान करना पड़ेगा, दैट इज कॉल्ड सेशन प्लान और लेसन प्लान. So I will show a sample of session plan for this experiment, such that everyone plan their lesson and can effectively deliver that. Okay. Next, assessments. Coming to the assessment part. So guidelines for the conduct of practical examinations which are given in the year 2020. For the practicals, we have to conduct 2 or more periodical exams during each academic year. In that, the exam will be of 3 hours, and highest grade of any 2 performance we have to take. Normally, we conduct 3 practicals. Under that, we will select 2, and the average of the 2 practicals highest. The scheme of the question paper, as we know that synopsis will be of 10 marks. Experiments will be of 50 marks, in that we can divide the 50 marks into spotting, if there is spotting, major experiment and minor experiment, and viva wise we give 10 marks, and practical report maintenance 10 marks. Out of this 80, we will convert it to the 20 marks. Okay, we have reduced the 80 to 20 marks. Like this, we will take 3 sessionals, and under that we will select best 2 performance and we will average. This is for sessional exam. Next, coming to the final board exams, the duration of the final examination will be 3 hours. Synopsis of 10 hours, 10 marks. Experiment is for 60 marks, and viva is for 10 marks. Like this, total 80 marks. The final exam will be conducted. Under 60, we will reduce to spotting, major and minor experiments. The assessment of students should be done outcome based. Okay, that is which outcome we are assessing, in which domain we are assessing, and what Bloom's level we are assessing. We should keep all these things in our mind, and we have to prepare the question paper. Okay. Like for example, if you are preparing a question sample, like title of experiment is blood clotting time determination. I have selected a domain is psychomotor domain, and the Bloom's level I am using is level 2. That means they will perform it. And the outcome is CO1, because CO1 is the outcome. in which the student will be able to perform hematological tests, and the unit outcome is 1. So my question is determine the plotting time of XYZ patients, and the marks I have given you 30. If I keep the target level, that means after completion of this exam, 80% of student must secure 21 marks, that is 70% marks. I have kept the target. मैंने target लगाया. What I have kept the target? 80% students को 70% marks आना चाहिए. That means I have effectively delivered that course. अगर मैंने अचीव कर लिया 80% स्टूडेंट्स को 21 मार्क्स, मींस मैंने जो एक साल में पढ़ाया है वो मेरा अटेंड हो गया. अगर सपोज मैंने अटेंड नहीं कर पाया, दैट इंडिकेट दैट मेरे डिलीवरी ऑफ कोर्स के अंदर कुछ तो इश्यूज है व्हिच आई हैव टू करेक्ट by taking the feedback from the students. So we have to set the targets and we have to try to attain them so that every student will acquire the outcomes. So continuous assessment. तो नॉर्मली 10 मार्क्स के लिए कंटिन्यूस असेसमेंट होता है. प्रैक्टिकल डे टू डे प्रैक्टिकल के अंदर इट शुड बी केयरफुली डन. तो कंटिन्यूस असेसमेंट स्टूडेंट डेवलप होता है, तो इसके लिए वी हैव टू केयरफुली असेस दिस. So the assessment must be done to verify the attainments of the outcomes of that practicals which we have already mentioned in unit outcomes. Okay. So cognitive domain we have to ask 1 to 5 questions like define, determine, that is what is the normal plotting time. तो cognitive domain के अंदर आप क्वेश्चन करेंगे 3 से 4 तो आपको अटेनमेंट लेवल मालूम हो जाएगा. हाँ, स्टूडेंट्स ने इतना गेन कर लिया नॉलेज जिससे आंसर कर पा रहे हैं, तो वी कैन गिव द मार्क्स. And psychomotor skills while they perform the exam, while they perform the practical, तो आप वहाँ पर प्रैक्टिकल में ऑब्जर्व कर सकते हैं कौन सा स्टूडेंट कितने लेवल पर अचीवमेंट हो रहा है, कितना अच्छे से कर पा रहा है या फिर उसको करने में दिक्कत आ रही है. देन वी कैन गाइड देम और वी कैन असिस्ट देम such that they should learn that particular outcome. Okay. तो इसके लिए हम 4 मार्क्स अलॉट कर सकते हैं. और अफेक्टिव डोमेन के अंदर रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस आपने जो भी प्रिकॉशंस बताए हैं वो माइंडली वो एक्सेप्ट कर फॉलो कर रहा है, इसको देखकर आपको मार्क्स देना है. एंड मैनुअल कंप्लीशन फॉर 2 मार्क्स. जस्ट इट इज ए आइडिया दैट वी कैन असेस द स्टूडेंट्स इन दिस वे. तो वी कैन असेस द एक्सपेरिमेंट्स बाय यूजिंग रूब्रिक मेथड. एक क्वेश्चन को डिफरेंट आंसर्स को आप डिवाइड कर दीजिए पर्टिकुलर रूब्रिक्स में कैसा परफॉर्म कर रहा है, फिर उसके मार्क्स रहेंगे. राइटिंग कैसा है इसके मार्क्स रहेंगे. राइटिंग ऑफ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स रिजल्ट्स. तो रूब्रिक्स मेथड से हम लोग उसको डिवाइड करेंगे मार्क्स को और उसको अलॉट करेंगे मार्क्स को. प्रॉपर असेसमेंट होता है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन मस्ट बी ट्विस्टेड टू वेरीफाई द अटेंडेंस. क्वेश्चन जो भी करेंगे हमें ट्विस्टेड वे में करना चाहिए. Next is we should assess the student by case-based interpretation of the results of the experiment. Patient का case देना चाहिए, like BP so and so patient को इतना BP रहेगा तो आप क्या determine करेंगे, hypertension है, hypotension है. Case की studies देंगे ताकि उनका knowledge gain हो और what we have kept the target we will achieve. So this is my short teaching aids which we can use. Like we can use models, we already colleges में रहते हैं, specimens, charts. Next is images. आजकल images easily available है, पहले इतना resources available नहीं है. Next images के अंदर भी now 3D images और 3D models आते हैं. We can use 3D images and models. And animations. Already YouTube के अंदर आपको बहुत सारे animations मिलेंगे. And next we can pre-record the demos. जो भी आप डेमो आप स्टूडेंट्स को बताएंगे उसको रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं आप मोबाइल के थ्रू एंड वी कैन शेयर इट विद द स्टूडेंट्स सो दैट वो बार-बार देखकर वो नॉलेज गेन करें. ओके. सो दिस इज माय शॉर्ट आइडिया टू हाउ टू डिलीवर द HAP practical course. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. If anybody has any question, kindly put it in the chat box or raise your hands, so I'll be able to unmute you. So there is one question into the chat box, sir. Can the unit outcome in practical or lab sessions be called as experimental outcomes?
So we can say no problem. But normally we use first because unit outcome is particular unit we are teaching. You can use it, no problem.
Namita Phalke, ma'am, assignments are there for every subject, I guess.
Of course, there is no assignment. In HAP course, there is no assignment.
Okay. I think I missed it. Okay. Yeah. Anything else? Guide on assignment. So since there is no assignment, sir, please tell some assignments for HAP.
बेसिकली आपको असाइनमेंट है नहीं क्योंकि दूसरे चैप्टर में जो असाइनमेंट है उसके मार्क्स अलॉटेड है 10 मार्क्स फॉर असाइनमेंट्स इन दिस चैप्टर
course
assignments are not so
okay
we doesn't need to give students
okay ठीक है. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll end your session here and we'll rejoin at 2:30 p.m. So everyone just make sure that you are there for at 2:30 p.m. for the last session, that is for social pharmacy. We'll meet at 2:30 p.m. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Yes, hello. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is there. Yeah. So, Manjari ma'am, you're there?
Yes, Aditya,
Yeah,
I'm very much
yeah.
there.
Yeah. So again, I would like to call upon for our final session for social pharmacy. Both Ms. Manjari Kharat and Mr. Raj Vaidya sir will be covering the points, I guess, jointly. So they'll be there, and Manjari ma'am was the first NVD last yesterday only. So again, welcome, ma'am. We hope that we'll be having a good session for the session, social pharmacy. Yeah, ma'am. If you are ready to present the session. Yeah, so Mani sir is also there, sir.
Yes, and do you want to also introduce Raj Vaidya in the beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Raj, Vaidya sir, you are there?
Is there?
Yes, I'm there. Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah. So I would like
Great to see you, sir, again on this platform.
Yeah. So I would like to introduce our guest, the second presenter for the day, is for the social pharmacy, Mr. Raj Vaidya sir. Mr. Raj Vaidya sir is a well-known community pharmacist all over the India. He has very much done very new things into the community pharmacy. He is now just recently new feather in his achievements have been just added, that he is now the executive council member of for the FIP, and he has been very active throughout the sessions for the community pharmacy. And last year, 1 year, we must have had almost 3 to 4 sessions for Ajay this regarding many improvements what we can do into the community pharmacy division. So, and he is the owner of Hindu Pharmacy Goa. He is straight away from Goa, and he is one of the mentors for our Western Regional Center Community Pharmacy, Western Regional Center for Association Association of Community Pharmacists of India. So, welcome, sir. Glad to have you here on board with us. Yeah. So, ma'am, we can start with the presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you again, Dr. Somani and his team, and happy to open the session and happy to close this session of FDP. And very pleased to share this with my colleague, Raj Vaidya. We are working together for last, I don't know how many years, maybe 2 decades now. So here we go today, Riga, and we are going to discuss about, So we are going to discuss about a subject for first year D-Pharm, of course, that is social pharmacy. And as everybody can see, this is kind of a modified version of what we had in health education and community pharmacy. But still, there are very different angles to this. And the social pharmacy is amalgamation of the social sciences. So the social determinants of the health, the social aspects of the health, the clinical science, so the scientific epidemiological science, and the basic sciences. So social science is result of all these sciences coming together. So basically we are learning about the social aspects and the health aspects and its interlinking. Here we see much broader picture. When we go to a particular subject, say pharmaceutics or pharmacognosy, we learn very specifically different things. Social pharmacy is a very wide and broad field where we know much more about the public health. And all those teachers who are going to teach this subject, I think you are very fortunate because you are going to teach this subject, which is going to enrich your knowledge and enhance your knowledge so much so that you can use it in your daily lives. Because this is very lively science, connects us to the surrounding, connects us to the health system, connects us to all the world of nutrition and environment. And so it is going to make difference when we teach it to our students, because it is going to add knowledge to
I guess we are facing some network lag here. So just wait, everyone, for 2 minutes.
Hello, Aditya sir.
Yes, ma'am. There is some network.
What's the problem? Madam said the problem.
Yeah. Just I guess she will be rejoining. Yeah, ma'am has rejoined the session.
Yes, sorry about it. Sometimes
Yeah.
college network and my even hotspot, both of them don't cooperate. So
No issues, ma'am. No issues.
yeah, it happens. So we are going to discuss about here we were. So this course is basically designed to impart the basic knowledge on public health, epidemiology, preventive care. Now the preventive care will include vaccination, immunization, the basic hygiene, then also the nutrition, other social health related concepts. And it also emphasizes the role of pharmacist in the public health program. So social pharmacy has theory, social pharmacy has also practical component. Then there are different assignments as well as field visits. So this is like a complete course on social pharmacy, having all different types of learning aspects. And the success of social pharmacy teaching will depend on how best we integrate these, because theory is very much related to the practical. So practical experiments are very much linked with the theory. Assignments also go hand in hand. So it will be best to integrate these and make appropriate use of time and resources available so that there is no duplication and it doesn't bore our students, but it in fact enriches their knowledge and broadens their knowledge and creates more interest. So we'll have to, in the first year or second year, when we are teaching social pharmacy, it will be a learning phase for us. So we can decide and we can, go have deep dive into it, and we can decide how best we can present it to our students. So the course will discuss about basic concepts, as I said, public health, national health programs, preventive healthcare, food and nutrition related health issues, health education and health promotional activities, and general roles and responsibilities of pharmacists in public health. So this is like this social pharmacy. We can do like teaching, demonstrations, guiding, hand-holding of the students for some time, self-directed learning, as we discussed yesterday, basically the assignments, exploring, and different activities. So we cannot just make it theoretical. We have to make it activity-based. We have to motivate the students to do self-directed learning, and that will really make it interesting and it will serve the purpose. So what outcomes we can see in our students? The student can discuss the role of pharmacist in various national health programs at the end of the course. Describe various sources of health hazards and disease prevention measures. Discuss the healthcare issues related with food and nutrition, and describe the role and responsibilities of pharmacists in public health. Now, I learned my pharmacy in ICT, that is UDCT that time, in 1984 to 88, I did my B.Pharm. All this, whatever I'm now talking, it was really, maybe it was taught somewhere we had a subject like sociology, psychology, and maybe health education in some other form. But we had not really learned it seriously. I was in a very good institute, but that, that learning approach and the teaching approach, it was missing. And I'm very glad now it has come back to us. This kind of approach now we have, and we have all these topics which are really going to give multi-dimensional knowledge to our students. So this, the first chapter, I will go ahead and discuss chapter by chapter, not in too much details. And I have highlighted those topics which are new, because some part of this was already in health education. So no need to go and again discuss in detail about it. But those topics which were not in health education, we have highlighted that those topics are in red font. So we may discuss little bit more about it. And Raj Vaidya will add whenever, he wants, he can add to whatever I am discussing. So the chapter 1 is Introduction to Social Pharmacy. So like definition and scope, social pharmacy as a discipline and its scope in improving the public health, and role of pharmacist in the public health. So just 2 hours, that means we have to give introduction to all this, sensitize the students about all this. Then comes the topic which we already know for years, that is concept of health, WHO definition, determinants, dimensions, indicators, everything is like part of HCP, and we have taught it for many years. Then comes a new topic, National Health Policy, Indian Perspective. So then public and private health system in India, National Health Mission, introduction to MDGs, SDGs, and FIP development goals. So the role of pharmacist in the public health. Back in 1997, WHO discussed and finalized the role of pharmacist. The WHO concept of 7-star pharmacist came in 1997. And WHO envisioned the role of pharmacist as a caregiver, leader, decision maker, communicator, manager, lifelong learner, and a teacher. So see, this was the vision of WHO for us back in 1997. Taking cues from it, taking clue from it, the education contents, the curriculum, syllabus, the approach, everything changed rapidly in many other countries, especially in developed countries. And now you can see the transformed role of pharmacist over there. So this is the document. If you Google, you can find it, or even on WHO website, it is there. But otherwise also you can find it, the role of pharmacist in the healthcare system, the WHO publication of August 1997. So if you see worldwide, globally, the role of pharmacist is so much so expanded, and he or she is not just a medication dispenser, but a counselor, the health care professional. They're involved deeply in health promotion, disease prevention, participating in national health care programs, community awareness. Public awareness is one of the major activity through the pharmacies. Screening services like checking the blood pressure, checking the lung capacity through peak flow meter, checking cholesterol level, sugar levels. Those screening services are done through the pharmacies. De-addiction services. If somebody wants to give up the habit of tobacco or say morphine, addiction of say cocaine, morphine, de-addiction services are delivered through the pharmacist, and pharmacists are taught for it. Pharmacists are trained, educated in basic undergraduate training, as well as later on as a CP, that is continuing pharmacy education programs. Also, pharmacists are involved in immunization services, as we discussed yesterday. So the role of pharmacist is much more expanded in the globally. And now we can say that in India, we have just made, we have made a beginning towards it, and we have got a long way to go. But now if our curriculum is going to equip us, if our syllabus is going to teach us everything, then definitely we have hopes for tomorrow's pharmacists who will have this right attitude, knowledge, skills, and overall we say competencies with that pharmacist who is going to be a tomorrow's pharmacist, future of pharmacy profession. So role of pharmacist in public health, we can discuss in very brief here, but we can sensitize the students. See, this is the way the pharmacy is going globally. Then the next topic will be national health policy. So as I said, first time we'll be teaching this, then the concept of health policy. Why health policy came into the picture, what it delivers, how is that framework of policy, and the National Health Policy 1983, 2002, and the latest one is 2017. So we can teach about this, what the health policy delivers, why is it framed, and what are the main features or the highlights of each national health policy. That can be discussed. Whether pharmacists were part of it, that also we can discuss. Public and private health system in India. So again, we sensitize the students that There is public health system and the private sector hospitals. Our healthcare system is much fragmented, and the private healthcare system is much more dominating overall health scenario. Public health system is always overburdened and always has shortage. So we can discuss about these in brief. Also, we can highlight one more point, that more than 65 to 70% of our citizens are paying for the medicines and healthcare out of pocket. As you know, in many other countries, insurance plays major role, but not so in our country, as well as government pays for everything. Like say, you can say United Kingdom, the NHS. So even in Australia, similar systems, but not here. So only in limited public healthcare system settings, we can get free of charge or subsidized rates. But otherwise, we depend on the private sector. So here something like this is the time when we can sensitize our freshers, like first year D.Pharm students, regarding this. And this out-of-pocket expenses is also a major issue. Then National Health Mission, that was launched by the Government of India in 2013, including the National NRHM, National Rural Health Mission, and National Urban Health Mission. So we can also introduce a much talked about and very ambitious strategy or ambitious scheme from Government of India, that is Ayushman Bharat. So we can also briefly introduce our students to this, because this way they can, become more aware of what's happening in the healthcare system right from the beginning. And a lot of information we can get from NHP, National Health Portal, nhp.gov.in. Raj Vaidya suggested one very good activity related to this. And he has suggested that activity like students can be asked to find out with reference to the residence or the college, what are the public health centers around? So is there a primary healthcare center or a hospital, tertiary care hospital, corporation hospital? So what are the types of public health care settings around the college or around the residence, nearby to the residence of the student? So student can list out this. Then the private practitioners, clinics, nursing homes, hospitals, he or she, that list can be made. Pathology labs, other diagnostic centers, pharmacies. So they can locate where is what. So their awareness, the students' awareness will definitely increase. I will add to this, like we can also have list of de-addiction centers around. So where are these de-addiction centers? What type of features are there, facilities are there? Because as you know, addiction is increasing in youth and of course in everywhere. So we can keep our students aware of these. Then in the same first chapter, there is, we are going towards the Millennium Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals. So before that, I just want to highlight this Alma Ata Declaration 1978. This is like, it emerged as a major milestone of the 20th century in the field of public health. And this conference, Alma Ata, this is the place in Russia, in USSR. And there was a joint WHO UNICEF International Conference was there back in 1978. And this Alma Ata Declaration, there the discussion was that there are a lot of gaps and inequalities in the status of health of people, particularly between the developed world and the developing countries. You can imagine the health status or the health facilities that one can get in United States and one can get in Africa or in Southeast Asia. So in 1978, this was discussed in this conference that there are too much of gaps and inequalities which exist, and that is not acceptable. So the existing gross inequalities in the status of health of people, particularly between the developed and developing countries, as well as within the countries, is politically, socially, and economically unacceptable. This was the resolution in that conference. And Health for All by 2000, that is World Health Organization's policy declaration, that was accepted. And this conference, Alma Ata conference, identified the primary healthcare as the key to the attainment of the goal of health for all. So primary healthcare system has to be strong and has to provide basic quality healthcare to citizens of the country. This was identified in that. And then the Millennium Development Goals, I will not go into details, but the Millennium Development Goals of UN. So there were 8 goals focusing on poverty, education, child morbidity, mortality, basic water supply, etc. So there were goals, and then it culminated in sustainable development goals, or we call it as SDGs, and there are 17 goals. And you can see the third one is good health and well-being. But there are other goals which are talking about poverty, quality education, gender equality. And now these you can also see that SDGs are talking a lot, or they're much relevant to the environment, because the way environment is getting spoiled because of human activities. So we must pay attention to this. So climate action, life below water. So these are the SDGs, and there are 169 targets. So it is built on the principle agreed upon under resolution that the future we want. We don't want to spoil this earth. We don't want to spoil the environment. We want a future. We want to create our future, and we want to preserve many things. So these are the SDGs. Now, based on these SDGs or inspired from these SDGs, International Pharmaceutical Federation, FIP, launched their development goals in September 2020. And these development goals aim to transform the pharmacy profession locally, regionally, and globally. And there are 21 development goals. And I request and appeal all of you to go to FIP website and read more about these development goals. And these are very, very well thought goals. And they focus from academic capacity, building the academic capacity of the student, then early career training, quality assurance of education, advanced and specialist development, competency development. They also talk about continuing pharmaceutical professional development, working with others, that is interprofessional working with other healthcare professionals, equity, equality, and people-centered care. That people-centered care approach, which is totally missed in our pharmacy education and profession in India, now which we are trying to bring in, that is emphasized there. Pharmacist as medicine expertise, AMR, antimicrobial stewardship program, communicable diseases, access to medicines, as well as patient safety, digital health, and sustainability in pharmacy. So these are comprehensive. This gives us a comprehensive picture. If we want to transform the pharmacy profession and advance it, then really we need to focus on all these goals, and FIP has given the mechanisms and processes how we can transform the pharmacy profession. So it is very interesting, and we can definitely learn things from here. So we can introduce our students to these, because they're first year DPharm students, so they may not understand each and everything, but we can simplify it and just sensitize the students that this is it, you should be aware of it. So just 1 hour is allocated, and I think that is enough. If student has more interest, we can give them activities or assignments linked to this. Then comes the next topic, that is preventive healthcare, role of pharmacist in demography and family planning, mother and child health, importance of breastfeeding, ill effects of infant milk substitutes and bottle feeding, overview of vaccines, types of immunity, effect of environment. So this topic, demography and family planning, we already had as part of HECP. Also, we had environment and health. The new topic added in environment and health is environmental pollution due to pharmaceuticals. And also a new topic added, psychosocial pharmacy, drugs of misuse and abuse, psychotropics. Every day we are reading the news about the Bollywood hero's son, how he's addicted. So like this is the curriculum and the syllabus should reflect what is going on in the society, and it should prepare the pharmacist to face these challenges, to cope up with these challenges, and to work for the community in these changing times. So this has been aptly added in this syllabus. So I'll not talk about each and every point here, but say maternal and child health, importance of breastfeeding. So maternal health, as everybody knows, it is an important aspect for the development of any country in terms of increasing equity and reducing poverty. So maternal mortality is considered a key health indicator. And believe me, in 1990s, the maternal mortality rate was 600 deaths per 1 lakh population. Now this MMR, maternal mortality ratio, has come down to 113 per 1,000 live births. But still it is bad if you compare it to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. India's maternal mortality rate or health indicators are still bad. I mean, that is unbelievable. We are such a huge country with a lot of resources, but the small countries around us could achieve these. I mean, they're successful, but we are not. Why? Because overall health literacy, overall healthcare system, we have a lot of flaws. So addressing the health status of the woman during pregnancy, childbirth, we can just talk about this. There are 2 hours allocated. Malnutrition in mothers and children, and Government of India has a related national health program, reproductive, maternal, newborn, child and adolescent health. We can find lot more information on the our MOHFW, that is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare website. Then importance of breastfeeding, because globally only 41% of infants are exclusively breastfed, and in India only 46.4%. Tradition.
Yeah, again, I guess there's some network lag. Just wait for 2 minutes everyone. Yes, there is some network lag. We'll wait for 2 minutes. Yeah, ma'am. I guess there was some network lag again. Just a minute, ma'am. I guess you are mute, I guess. Yeah.
Right. So again, sorry about it, but then couldn't help.
No issues.
Yeah. So in case of any issues, I mean, if again I have Wi-Fi problems, Raj will continue and vice versa. So breastfeeding, these points we can discuss with our students and we can let them know the importance. So it is really very important to sensitize them and talk about these things, because we don't talk about these things. Overall, in our Indian culture, there is a lot of stigma around many things. One of them is this. But if we can sensitize the students, the young women sitting in our class, as well as young men, it is really going to help them in their life also. So that's why I said social pharmacy is a subject which is going to help us as we learn more about it. As we go more deeper into it, it is going to help us in our daily lives. It is going to help our students in their daily lives, and that can definitely add value. Now, also one more point which I had highlighted, that is environment and health. So most of the topics were part of HECP. Only one more new point we have added, is pharmaceutical pollution of the environment. And this pharmaceutical pollution is becoming a big problem for the environment, and actually whatever drugs are thrown out in the environment from any source, it could be because of the ever-growing population, so the excreted drugs from the urine, or it could be the expired drugs from household, or it could be thrown the discarded drugs from the industry. Finally, it is going into the environment, coming back into the food chain. And if you just see this picture, it is so scary that even the drinking water which we drink, it may have traces of antibiotics. A study in Mumbai has highlighted that there were traces of ciprofloxacin in the drinking water. Now you tell me, when the antimicrobial resistance is such a big problem already, and environmental issues are adding up to it because of the improper treatment of all these pollutants. And we have to have a policy for the expired drugs which are coming out from our households, proper policy for the drug disposal, also the policy for the industry. I mean, policy is there, but maybe execution is not there. Enough infrastructure is not there. And also the policy for the sewage treatment plants, because the excreted drug, look at our population and look at the way we consume drugs. So these drugs or metabolites are excreted out in the urine, finally going into the sewage, and our sewage treatment plants are not well equipped for removing these drugs. So also, at that level also, we have to work. I mean, not we, but then the policymakers have to work, and we have to be aware of it so that we can sensitize them also. Then the next chapter is basics of nutrition, macronutrients and micronutrients. We have taught it in health education, importance of water and fibers in diet, balanced diet, malnutrition, nutrition deficiency diseases, ill effects. So now what is new? Ill effects of junk food, calorific and nutritive values of various foods, fortification of food, introduction to the concept of food safety, adulteration, effects of artificial ripening of fruits, use of pesticides and GM foods, genetically modified foods. So just 1 hour. That means, of course, we can spend more time, but what is expected is 1 hour. If we are more interested, we can have activities or assignments based on this, because a lot of things are from here are also in the practical. So some topics, Raj will also discuss, some topics we can discuss it together, theory and practical, both parts. So it is really good that linkages is there. Then dietary supplements, what are they? Indicate when should we use them, drug food interactions, etc. So what is the thought process behind this, or what is the purpose? See, from ancient times, we know that it is said that let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. So if we are eating right, we may not need any medicines. It is like a good medicine for us. It will keep us healthy. So if you eat right, you don't need any medicines. Diet but I mean, we know that, but then we don't implement it always. And especially if you see our students, the younger generation, they do not eat right. I mean, this is my study of last 20 years. They don't eat right. So diet and lifestyle are central to the good health since Hippocrates' time. But these are the most underutilized ways to maintain health. These are the cheapest things, but then we ignore them. And finally, we are caught by NCDs and so many other things. So in modern globalized and fast-paced life, everything that we eat may not give us right nutrition, may possibly harm us also. So this chapter is essentially to educate the students regarding correct nutrition and sensitize them about the wrong choices. What could be wrong choices? The junk food, empty calories, so many things. And this we need to sensitize them. Maybe till now we were talking about this as an additional information to the students. I mean, at least I used to always, for each batch, I used to take one lecture on these. But when it is part of the syllabus and when student has to learn it, then it is taken more seriously. And that may have some impact and that may cause some behavioral change in the students. So it is really beneficial for them as a human being, as a personal, at the individual level. And when they become pharmacists later on, it is going to help them to counsel their patients. So this is very much linked to the practicals, as I said. So we can cover what are dietary supplements, how is the labeling, are they covered under D&C Act, which is the body which governs all this, so FSSI, when to recommend the dietary supplements, when do we call malnutrition status, how is it defined, and when should we recommend, when the dietary supplements are recommended, which is a good website. So we can cover about this, because you can see people use dietary supplements or in general food supplements like anything, and there is so much of overuse, irrational use also. So we can sensitize the students, we can educate the students about the correct, with the correct scientific information. And 1 or 2 websites which I can recommend is, of course, FSSI, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. And it's a very good website. Please keep looking at it. They have some good books also, like a pink book. They have something called as pink book, which gives us tips about nutrition as well as healthy cooking. So they have got a lot of good resources, and it is, I see it is updated quite a lot. I look at these websites quite often because when I write articles, etc., I have to refer to these things. Another very good website is National Institute of Nutrition. Now, National Institute of Nutrition goes, I mean, it's part of like ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, and it is 110 years old organization. And the most authentic information we get from here. And these are the standards, nutrition standards come from, for India, come from ICMR and NIN. NIN is based in Hyderabad. So we can always rely on this and get information. See, finally, the textbooks for diploma will come. Already there are textbooks. But then as a teacher, if you want to enrich our knowledge and don't confine ourselves to what is written in those textbooks and just teach that to the student. we should be looking at these websites and reading the material more. So these are the websites which will definitely help us. Then the next next chapter is Introduction to Microbiology. Most of these things we have taught in HECP. So microbiology, epidemiology, these are the infections which we have covered: respiratory infections, intestinal infections, arthropod-borne infections, surface infections, and sexually transmitted diseases. These 5 groups, we have taught it for years together. What is new in this? We talk about role of pharmacist in educating the public regarding this. So now it is like clearly it is there that this information, it is useful for us and we have to deliver it to the society. So maybe we can start at the college level. We can start like, we can ask the students to prepare a PowerPoint presentation or a talk on one of these diseases, go and talk in their own school. Then easily they can get the permission in their own school. So likewise, we can tell them so that they learn it well. Also related health days like TB Day, Tuberculosis Day, 24th March, Global Hand Washing Day, 15th October. All these also can be celebrated or observed. Right? So in this list of infections, now newly added is influenza, all types, H1N1, etc. Even COVID-19 is there. Ebola added. In arthropod-borne infections, in 1991 syllabus, dengue and chikungunya were missed. Now that is added. So this is quite updated syllabus. Next topic is national health programs. And the topic says, chapter says Introduction to Health System. But actually there is some overlap, which I now realize it is also covered in the first chapter. That is public and private healthcare system. Doesn't matter, we can cover it either in either chapter. So here we focus more on the national health programs in India. What are their objectives? What is the function? How does it function from center to state to district level? What are the outcomes so far? And what can be the role of pharmacist, or what is the role of pharmacist? So that is what is covered in this chapter, and 8 hours are allocated to this. This is really great because we can talk about major national health programs in more detail, and we can discuss, we can cover to some extent the other health national health programs for the minor things. I mean, all are, but we can focus more on the NHPs like say tuberculosis or leprosy or diabetes. So from the government website, this is the list of national health programs along with brief description. So here is the list, but I will go to the next one, next slide. So these are the major national health programs which we can definitely cover. I mean, we need not restrict to this, but these are the ones which we must discuss. The syllabus has not given us the list because 5 years from now, maybe one of the national health program may be renamed, or maybe a new one will come depending on the health status and the requirement. So syllabus has not given the list, but we can see that the programs for communicable diseases and for NCDs. So National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, revised National Tuberculosis Control Program, which is now called as National Tuberculosis Elimination Program, Leprosy Eradication, AIDS Control Program, UIP, that is Universal Immunization Program, and National Mental Health Program, National Program for Blindness, then NPCDCS. This is one of the most ambitious and big program because number of patients of NCDs are rising in the country like an epidemic. So National Program of Prevention and Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Diseases, and Stroke. Then a program on iodine deficiency disorders, etc. Now, if you look at these national health programs and look at the government websites or reading textbook, actually most of the national health program guidelines being framed for various other healthcare workers, including ASHAs and ANMs, of course, doctors and etc. nurses. But they do not specify the role, duties, training, and manpower requirements for the pharmacist, unfortunately. So this is not discussed so far, unfortunately, in the national health programs. Clearly, the role of pharmacist is not carved. Role of pharmacist is not covered in most of these national health programs. But the good news is, or some achievement or success through Indian Pharmaceutical Association Community Pharmacy Division, me, Raj, and our team members, we laid this program of DOTS TB pharmacist, earlier TB fact card program, and then the DOTS TB pharmacist. From 2006, we are working in this. And at in 2010, we scaled up this. So we involved the retail chemist in the National TB Control Program, RNTCP that time. And these pharmacists became DOT provider, DOTS provider. So the patient comes to the pharmacy and government's anti-TB medicines, which are free of charge. See, these were the boxes in earlier times of DOTS medicines that is delivered through the pharmacist to the patients. So like this program, basically we wanted to expand the outreach of the government's national health program to the community. And this has benefited more than 5,000 TB patients in Maharashtra, 10 districts, and we worked in other 5 states also. So this was like the first footprint of the pharmacist in any national health program. So though I said that the national health program does not clearly define the role of pharmacists, the TB program was an exception. And because of the TB program's success, that is involving the pharmacist in TB program, government started thinking of involving pharmacists in other national healthcare programs also. If you are interested, and if while teaching, if you want to give an example, you can download this publication from IPA website, Pharmacist at the Front Lines, a novel approach at combating TB. I'm also proud, and I can tell you that many of our ex-students were part of this project or are part of this project. Even this lady, she is also our ex-student. So many of our alumni were also involved in this project. So this is a good example of pharmacist in a national health program. You can give that example so that students will also realize that how much we can do for the society. Then one of the last chapters is pharmacoeconomics, and pharmacoeconomics introduction, basic terminologies, importance of pharmacoeconomics. So this is a sub-discipline. Pharmacoeconomics is actually a sub-discipline of the health economics. And it can, after we study this, what we study here, the cost associated with one treatment regimen or one drug treatment with the other. So like same therapeutic category drugs, if A should be used or B should be used, what are the therapeutic outcomes, what are the costs involved, and which will be more beneficial. So this helps, these type of studies help in optimizing the use of resources. And basically it can help the policymakers and the healthcare providers in decision making, in evaluating the affordability and access to the rational drug use. You know, irrational use of drugs is rampant in our country. All are involved in it, right from the doctors to the consumers, all are involved in this. So pharmacoeconomic studies are really good way to show evidence that this drug therapy, suppose if somebody has an infection and a doctor uses doxycycline, which is maybe plain like doxycycline, quite inexpensive, old drug, but one doctor uses cefixime, quite expensive drug. Which one worked well? So maybe doxycycline worked well. So pharmacoeconomics show that maybe this treatment was is recommended because that is affordable. Now these studies, I mean, this is just an introduction to pharmacoeconomics to tell the students that we can compare different drug treatment regimen, see what is the outcome, which is cheaper, which is more affordable, because as I said earlier, in India, 65 to 70% people pay out of pocket for medicines and healthcare. So this 2 hours we have to allocate to this, and this can give an idea to the students. And we can give live examples. I mean, whatever example just now I gave, that is not enough. We can take good examples and we can give it to the students so that they can connect well to that, and so that it doesn't become just a theoretical study for them. Now, the books which are given in the ER 2020, I've just listed it here. But apart from that, I mean, you can use the new books which are coming for recently published textbooks are coming. A lot of them are coming from Brilliant Publication, Nirali Publication, refer to that. But my recommendation is please always see WHO publications. So WHO website dekhna hi hai. I mean, textbooks will be there. That will help us. That is a good shortcut to teach. But along with that, our library also should have some books like Where There Is No Doctor, a village healthcare handbook by David Warner. Then we have to look at the different websites, which I just showed and Raj also will show. So we can look at these websites, gather more information, because as I said, in social pharmacy, it is theory, practicals, and assignments are all interlinked. So if we study each chapter in more detail, that is going to help us to conduct practicals also more successfully and more in a more interesting way. So these are the even earlier books of HECP. They are going to be very helpful for us. So this is the list of the books which we can refer to. While giving the activities or conducting, while teaching this subject, we can also try to more understand the socioeconomic conditions of the student, whether the student is coming from the rural area, remote area, maybe he knows certain things better than the other, how much access they have to learning material, whether they have mobile, laptop, PC, internet connectivity. So all these factors we can consider, then design our activities and get it done from the students. So this particular subject, we can motivate the students to take more interest. Students will realize as they take more interest in it, and then when they look around, they can see easily the things which they are learning. As I said, the hospitals, the primary healthcare centers, government the government hospitals, etc. They will see themselves. They will also see so many advertisements in the paper, say Ayushman Bharat. They'll immediately connect, okay, we learned it here in this chapter, and now I see the ad. Yes. So then want to break the, in earlier syllabus or in earlier teaching approach, there were many disconnects. There were gaps. Now here we want to connect them as much as possible to whatever is happening around them at local level, national level, international level, and we can give them more examples. So the students themselves will realize that whatever they're learning through this subject is going to be useful for them in any field where they go, be a community pharmacy, hospital pharmacy, or if they go for higher studies. In other countries, in developed countries, all these social aspects are given extremely more importance. Social and research, social and administrative pharmacy has gained so much of importance in foreign universities, and it is just started for us. So they will realize this is very important subject. I should do it seriously and should take more interest. And as I said earlier also, students will realize how much it is useful for them, for their family, for their personal life, and for a teacher. As I said, I congratulate you for taking up this subject, because it is going to enhance and enrich our own knowledge, teachers' knowledge, which is in turn is going to be beneficial to our families, to ourselves, because this subject gives us much broader, wider picture of social and health aspects. There are also many field visits in this included, and please plan for these field visits, form linkages, networks form kijiye, and then you can take the students. Through our college, we always we always take the students to biomedical waste treatment plant. We always send the students to orphanages, elderly care home, because these multiple benefits are there. Exposure is there, realization that such things exist, better correlation of theory and actual reality, lively experience and interactions, and realization of many social issues and inequalities in the society, which they must understand because they're going to be pharmacists tomorrow. So this social understanding along with the technical knowledge is going to be very important for them. So I think 3 visits are asked. So we can, we all of us can try to do at least 3 visits in 1 year related to social pharmacy. As I said, we send our students for community service every year, and these are some pictures. For years together, we have this practice, and students go and deliver some service. Maybe just sit with the old people, spend time with them. These old people feel so happy that these youngsters are coming and sitting with us, or go to the blind school or go to orphanage, give some lecture, do some entertainment program, distribute biscuits and whatnot. I'm sure many of you are also doing some other kind of activities like this. And when students come back from this activity, they say that now we know whatever we have is so much, we were complaining for small things, but now we know that whatever we have, we're thankful to the God, because we have healthy body, healthy mind, we are studying in a good institute. So what more we want? But when they go and see the orphanages or blind schools, they realize that whatever we have, we should value it. So these are types of feedbacks when we get. We continued this activity each year, except like last 1.5 years because of COVID, we could not do these activities. And so these visits, we can also, these visits could be like activity only, and we can think of modifying it. There are different assignments, and overview of women's health issues, drug disposal systems. All are very extremely important and very useful activities. Emergency preparedness, 9th assignment, study of local government structure with respect to fire, police, health department. How many of us or how many of our students know where to call, how to call, what are the phone numbers, where to approach? So this emergency preparedness, I think this activity we have to give to each student. So wherever they live, unke aspas, what are these sources? So that will be really useful. Then all the health days, we can give assignment on health days, like hand washing day, ORS day, etc. List of home medicines. So each year, in first year when students join, we can ask them, आपके घर पे कौन से medicines है, उसका list करो, expired है, cut है, कहाँ रखे हैं, उसकी proper list करो, उसमें ingredients क्या है, composition क्या है. Make a proper home medicine list, and then we can educate them how to store them. Where are you storing? That also will be one question, and then we can teach them how to store the medicine safely at home, etc. So all these are very interesting activities. I'm sure you will also like it, and many of them are connected to theory and practical. Responsible use of medicine from purchase to disposal. Again, this is very important and very relevant activity. We can ask the students for newspaper clips because students don't read newspapers, so we have to compel them. Raj will also talk about it. So these are the things which we have, we can, motivate the students, mobilize the students to do this. So these are some of the activities that we routinely conduct: medicine awareness exhibition. So responsible use of medicine exhibition, health awareness camps. Our students go to nearby schools as well as to orphanage or other areas. They go usually to their own schools and talk about responsible use of medicines. And also we give one more talk that is tuberculosis awareness. So this is like till 2018-19. In last 2 years, we couldn't do this, but these are the activities which we have been doing. So this is like very well connected to these assignments. So overall, like the social pharmacy is the subject you will all love, and just don't make it theoretical. That is important. Otherwise, it will become very boring and it will not deliver. It will not serve the purpose. So let's make it very activity based, very much more interesting. And now Raj will talk about the practicals, and he will give you so many different options of activities. Some of the activities you can adopt and do it in the practicals, or you can also suggest much more, because this is, as I said, learning phase for all of us. We learn from you, you learn from us, and together we finally, come out with something uniform and doable thing. So thank you very much for patient listening. Raj, it's all yours.
Thank you, Manjiri. So as mentioned, the assignments, practicals, theory, field trips, all we have tried to make it all inclusive, because the amount of time available is always, we feel it is less. So there is so much to learn. At the same time, we have to see the capacity of the students to grasp. Very often it is also such that there are students who have more enthusiasm, who have more interest, or who would like to go further and do higher studies. So that stimulation, interest, and enthusiasm, it is up to us in the faculty to imbibe in the students. So the objectives and scope in the practicals are very much overlapping with the theory aspect. So I won't go much into that. Yeah, again, it's in theory, many times things become very theoretical, of course, because of the help of PowerPoints, and if possible, it is of showing videos. We can show hands-on things to the students, but otherwise, unless you see it for yourself, just like the field visits, when you go and see, the experience is different. It remains more in your mind. It is better for recall. So in such cases, practicals are definitely useful, and very often the time available for theory lectures is limited. So sometimes the practicals are of 3 hours. So maximum utilization has to be made so that you can extend whatever is could not be covered in theory. Sometimes it also happens that the person who teaches theory may be different from that who teaches the practical. That integration and collaboration has to be there, so that some things need not be repeated. Some things sometimes have to be re-emphasized, so that what is taught in theory can be re-emphasized in practical or do hands-on activities. So that collaboration and integration has to be there, so that there can be better inputs provided to the students and they can learn better. Yes, next slide. Shall I share my screen? Yeah. So there are different types of activities which we can provide to the students in the practical class. Today, because of COVID, of course, we have learned a lot of things. And we also have to keep in mind that during the next 1 year, we don't know what can happen. We also have to be prepared for online. And of course, since offline classes have started, why not use the good experience and learnings that we have had from online activities. So you can have a mixture of demonstration, hands-on experience, and then provide the students with the opportunities of making charts. It is an activity, collective activity. Show them different models, or if there are enthusiastic students, they could make some models which can be used for the class and for the forthcoming year. Promotional materials, a lot of promotional material is already available. At the same time, if something specific needs to be made as a practical or for testing the student, that also can be done. The role plays, enacting some simulation, some specific case studies, which also help the student to understand better. Making of flyers, brochures, podcasts. Today's students are tech savvy, so they are able to make this. And maybe that every student may not be able to do this, but whoever are good, whoever are bright, or whoever have that knack of making videos, or some may have a knack of making posters, some may have knack of providing information, talking. So different qualities of students can be picked up, can be identified and utilize them, so that the college and the batch of students can be good models, good role models in providing health information in the neighborhood, in a particular area which the college may decide to adopt, or a particular location which they might want to adopt. It's all up to the teachers, students, and the college, how much enthusiasm you have and how much enthusiasm you can transfer to the students. So I may not go through all the practicals which are there, but, and as mentioned, whatever is mentioned on top in the blue line, practical one, the national vaccination schedule and the vaccines not included in national immunization program, that is all which is written in the practical in the syllabus. So what are the other things is that I have tried to put forward. I have made some suggestions. So there is some sort of flexibility. So unless there is some specific guideline or some module which is prepared by the technical board or pharmacy council, there is option for the faculty to innovate, to understand what this means. So now this particular practical for better learning, it is good to correlate or integrate it with the theory part, because quite a lot of is covered in theory. Today, in the last 2 years, because of COVID, the concept of immunization and vaccination is fresh in everybody's mind. So it helps in making better learning. At the same time, the other vaccines, the immunization sheets, so the students can be asked to use their own immunization cards from their childhood or somebody in their neighborhood. So try and make things practical try and make things which are actually visible to the students so that the student can do something about it. And visit to the nearest health center so that they can understand where the public health program, how the vaccinations happen, maybe it at the sub-center level or the primary health center, on which days of the week are certain vaccines provided, how they are provided, and what charts and posters are put up in the center. So wherever it is feasible, these options can be given to the student. Whoever is interested or whoever stays near the primary health center can on particular day go develop the rapport and get that information. Then of course, different advertisements on television and media regarding vaccination so that the student correlates that immunization, vaccination and tika lagao, these things are correlated. Otherwise, if you see very often the students are in their own world. So to them, certain concepts do not register unless they are given some tips or their mind is tickled into that. So for this particular vaccine practical, what are the different material which could be collected and made available in the laboratory? So for example, charts of immunization schedules. Now, these could be either procured from the health department or the faculty could make them, or they can be made with as assignments to the existing students and finalized. Then collection of labels or empty vials or ampules or the immediate cartoons of various vaccines. Then collect, in certain cases you cannot collect these, then we collect at least the photographs and photos and charts regarding the cold chain and the equipment which is used. So this can be correlated to storage practices of medicines in pharmaceutics. Then what is cold chain? At the same time, certain equipment we may not be able to have in our laboratory. But these things could either be seen in the health centers where the vaccines are stored, like the ILR, it is Iceland refrigerator, or if it is possible, to visit to walk-in refrigerators where at bigger centers where vaccines are stored. Then there are plenty of posters available with the health department on vaccination. Then there are plenty of videos. It can be downloaded so that many of the times we don't have to reinvent things. There are already things which are available, which are visible to us at least on the website or at health centers. And it's just that students need to be exposed to that. What could be the different activities which can be done for the practicals? So they can be asked to prepare charts or tables related to vaccines and immunization schedules. Then the activity could be to read the labels of the vaccines, look at the storage conditions, and read the vaccine package inserts so that they understand what could be, why it is used, what are the storage conditions, what are the possible, how they're administered, side effects, then how measurement of temperature in the refrigerator or the freezer which is there in the laboratory, so that they know at what temperatures the cold chain and how it functions. And IEC material preparation. IEC is information, education, and communication material. That is pamphlets or flip charts or videos or posters. And they can do mock counseling after giving a particular case of their peers or regarding vaccination, or if some mother is reluctant to give vaccines to her child, and what could be the message that a student can prepare a case and counsel and advise the mother. Such sort of mock cases can be done. And for adult vaccines, what are the different adult vaccines which are available, and which of them are optional, which of them are compulsory, why it is important to take, and as we travel, what are the vaccines which are required. Some of these activities can be asked, the students can be asked to do. Some of them the faculty can do and provide to them. Now, since there is nothing black and white written as to what all to cover, what I have suggested is broad different activities. It's up to the faculty how best they can adopt. It also depends on the enthusiasm level of the students, the time available. Of course, there are so many other subjects to look after. And of course, we can make use of so many things. So if somebody is interested, and suppose you have a WhatsApp group of the student generally, which you have for attendance or providing them some information. So a social pharmacy WhatsApp group or the same WhatsApp group, you can provide information on certain things which happen. Now, for example, yesterday, the Prime Minister launched the Ayushman health infrastructure scheme. So such things make headlines. Yesterday, the whole speech was being televised. The newspaper had front page coverage. But it is a possibility that our students may not even look at that. So unless you pointed out, so certain things. Then practical, the material which can for family planning devices, so different material which you may already be having procured for the practicals. So utilize them and make a creative display of these devices in the laboratory, and see if that shyness level, that inhibitions may always be there. But as pharmacists of the future, somebody who may have to utilize these things in the future, the students need that exposure. They need to see, they need to handle, they need to see, read the labeling, read the storage conditions, how they are used. So certain things can be displayed, certain things the students can be made to handle, so that they are able to visualize all of the different things. So learning something in theory is one, and actually seeing them, handling them, and looking at them and identifying them is something else. So different aspects can be covered in the practical, and simultaneously students can be given the explanations or demos. Plenty of material and information today is available, so you don't have to reinvent that. All you need to identify and the correct information and the correct source has to be shown to the students. Different brand name that can be done as an activity if it is feasible, if time permits, or the student is enthusiastic. And microscopic observation, ready-made slides of different microorganisms. This again is to rekindle the exposure and learning of microorganisms. To what extent does the student still have that grasping capacity, whatever they learned during their high school and 11th and 12th, or they have not come from a science background, or they are not so well exposed to that. So this is something which is rekindling and actually seeing these slides of different microorganisms. So there can be, this can also be helpful and correlated to understanding the subjects in theory which we study, epidemiology and the various diseases. So the activities which can be given to them is to identify under this microscope, or you can use certain pictures if microscope slides are not available of certain organisms. Identify various microorganisms, which are the organisms are there in our body flora, what are the different diseases they cause, so that they can correlate it with whatever is taught in the theory. What are the different preventive measures? And then, for example, preparing some material or pamphlets for the students. So, sorry. So this picture down right, as you have seen, this is a glow powder, which is used for demonstration to show the students, or when they go to schools or in the community, the importance of hand washing. So in spite of washing, if certain microbes still remain, then that there is glowing of the powder under UV lights. So this activity can be done. If such powder is not available, the video can be shown to the students, and the students can be motivated to go and do this in a particular setting, or maybe a primary school. Of course, today hand washing has become very common and well known because of COVID. Then oral hygiene, so different material which can be made available for oral hygiene, toothbrushes, different types of toothpaste, tooth powders, mouthwashes, floss holders. So they can be, then students can be taught how to use these flosses, how to do the floss holders, and it can be also involved in debates whether the old traditional method of neem twigs using of neem is good enough, and the importance of oral hygiene and cavities, necessary, initially a dentist can be called in to give a session. So that is also very important to have good linkages with either the dental college or a dentist, nursing college or a nurse, or the Indian Medical Association in the neighborhood, or if some of you have attached hospitals, and these can be utilized. So for such certain sessions, either you do it for practical or you call it a session for the whole college or for the whole class. Such professionals can be, allied professionals can be called. So the students can be asked to handle this different dental material and how to use them correctly, how to do correct brushing of the teeth, and show them videos so that they can see and do the correct methods. And there is, of course, plenty of literature, posters available. So flip charts can be used by them, or we can call the students of dental college also to learn. And in turn, the students can do it for the other students, peers. So you can also use this as a method of judging in the practicals. So when you're giving marks, so different brands available. Then different etiquettes to follow in hand hygiene, cough and sneezing techniques. This is something similar, and this has become quite common now. So various activities can be used, role plays or drama, so that the students can be judged on that also, as well as it becomes an activity for them, and actually doing it makes them understand certain things better. The importance of washing hands before food, before every meal, availability of water. So students need to be tested. We need to chew their brains a little so that they are asked to think a little so that they can do referencing, reading. A lot of material is available. It's up to them also, and it's also up to us how to motivate them. So this is another practical which is related to the PPE material as well as the masks. So many of us, including myself, we were not so familiar with so many of these things. In the last 2 years, we have learned something. Now these things are here to stay. So these are the things we correlate with hand hygiene, cough etiquettes, and epidemiology. So this is how we can try to correlate why this is important, why the correlating subject in the practical or the theory or the assignment, why it is important and why it needs to be learned. So here they can get hands-on exposure to PPE kits, different chart specifications, videos. Maybe down the line, the students, if we are out of COVID, the new students coming in next year and after that, they may not be well versed with such things. So different activities can be done so that the students can do them, so that students can become perfect in that, and the teacher can observe them and see if they are making any faults, if they are not putting their masks properly. So many things can be and menstrual hygiene and the different products used. That's the only thing which is written in the practicals. So this particular aspect we can correlate with the human anatomy and physiology, which we teach them in the other subject, that is the menstrual cycle. Then we correlate it with hygiene, women's health, why it is important, and the RCH program, reproductive and child health program of the government of India, the Ministry of Health under the NHM. It has a lot of activities under that, and we also can correlate this with environment and health, because environment sensitization has become so much of lately. So biodegradable sanitary pads, then using of menstrual cups instead of sanitary pads, why this is promoted, how it can help to save the environment. So much of information is available. It is up to us how we can channelize it so that the students get hands-on exposure to that. So materials which can be collected is different sanitary pads so that students can get exposure to them. Menstrual caps, tampons, then washes for hygiene, or what is good, natural or artificial. So many things can be the students can be tickled, their minds can be tickled into debates. Then cloths for making pads at home, especially for the rural community, and hygiene versus the inappropriate measures used in disposal. So many things can be collected so that the students can do different activities. And as mentioned earlier, if the college can prepare a list of social days that is related to the curriculum and different health days, then we can choose which particular health days to celebrate, or whether we celebrate each of these health days and different students take responsibility to do different aspects. So activities for this particular practical could be explanation and demo of various types, label reading, interpretation, what are the different things, because if a community pharmacist is going to handle sanitary pads throughout, then he had as well might know what is different aspects related to and safe disposal. And practicals related to first aid, I have combined 9 and 10 because it's first aid and emergency treatment. So as students, as citizens, it is important for each one of us to know all of these things. So some of these things, I feel we can have something like a training course, which when we devise, the college can invite faculty from either the course can be conducted by association like St. John Ambulance Association or Red Cross Society, or if not available, any doctors which are attached to your, in your college or the IMA. So these things can be learned by the teachers and then they can pass it on to the students, or students can be, a training course can be arranged. So this could be a 1 day or a 2 day course by which different aspects related to handling of emergencies, accident victims, what happens if there is foreign body airway obstructions. So CPR technique, which is very important today. At the same time, CPR technique is very important for pharmacists now if we want to be vaccinators. So if we want to be vaccinators in different countries, there are courses of 6 hours or 8 hours. But the prerequisite for that is that you should have a CPR trained certificate. So all these things also need to be considered. So these things we can correlate with CPR and first aid. And that is the role of pharmacist in disaster management, man-made and natural disasters. So students can be exposed to that. Some things are taught in the theory that can be correlated to that. And students can be given the activities of preparing very different charts, disaster management plans for the city, district, or the state, whichever is available. Activity can be to prepare such plans for the college, or some prepare some short documents, what the pharmacist role is in disaster management. So FIP has already prepared such document, and these can be a good source for us to learn from them and slowly imbibe them into our practicals as well as theory. And more activities, if there is enthusiasm or if there is time which can be made, what can be done in case there is floods. If there is a flood prone area or cities flood prone area, what can be done as management, and what is the role of the pharmacist? The different drug donation guidelines for emergency preparation. Then marketed preparations. This is another practical. So something similar. I've tried to put what are the materials which can be procured, what are the different activities which can be demonstrated to the student, and what they can do it themselves. So some correlated activity which they can do at home also. What are such insecticides, etc. available in their homes? Read the labels on them, how to store them correctly in their own homes, what to do in case of emergency poisonings. Health communication, this is practical which teaches the students how to prepare, or it encourages them to improve their communication skills. So how to the student need to be trained in how to prepare certain audio, video materials, posters or slides or short films. Now, what is written in the syllabus is awareness on 5 communicable diseases. But what I have been talking previously is to prepare such activities for other practicals also. So if this, for example, this particular practical, even if it is taken earlier, so we can choose which of the students are good in doing posters, which students are good in doing short films or videos, and then in turn they can be used to provide different activities. So any other topic in theory, practical assignment, even if the student is gone for a field visit, the student, whoever is enthusiastic, can convert that field visit into a short video or a short PowerPoint, so that can be useful for the other members of the class. So as we know, today's students are tech savvy, social media savvy, but at the same time, we need to channelize this energy into useful output. Many of the students are not savvy with the computers or PPT, so they need to be given that touch up so that they can use these things for the future also, as well as for the practice. So this is an activity for practical 15 and 16 I have combined because this is correlated with the nutritional aspects. So this talks about counseling children on junk food, balanced diet, and preparing IEC material and counseling, as well as preparation of nutritional charts and sources of nutrients. Different materials based on what similar I have told earlier, different empty cartons, labels, wrappers of different types of junk food, maybe the local ones, maybe the international ones, tin fruit juices, carbonated drinks, pizzas, burgers. These can be used in the practical so that the student can read the labels. There can be discussions on that, why they are called as junk foods and why different ingredients are there in these, and good and bad about them, and the balanced diet. So these practicals also include how to make the balanced diet and how to do calorie counting. So many activities are there. And as mentioned, the National Institute of Nutrition has a lot of website and information. Make things interesting. You can ask them to identify the different food products, which can be shown either as a picture or actuals, and ask them to know what is the English name, the local name, what are the sources, what are the nutrients, what are the fiber contents, whether it's junk food or not junk food. So many things can be done and asked to calculate the dietary calorie requirements. What I am trying to give is a broad idea what could be done. Depending on the situation and depending on what if particular guidelines come, then these things can be made more concise. Different activities can be done so that students get more enthusiasm and interested. Because finally, it's a social issue, and all these things which are there are going to be useful for them in their life, whether they are going to be citizens or mothers or parents or elderly. Things will remain for a lifetime. So this is an activity of the FSSAI, Eat Right movement, and the Fortified Food movement. All this information is available. It's just how we put it to the students. Practical 17 about different tobacco products. So whether our own college is certified or is a tobacco-free school or a tobacco-free campus, tobacco-free college. If not, make an activity by which we can become tobacco-free, create awareness in the neighborhood, and tobacco cessation, different products, what counseling to do for nicotine replacement therapy, how to identify different tobacco containing products, chewing or smoking, or so many other activities. So this is my last slide. And what is important is that the students need to be informed, motivated, and given different activities so that they actually do it. They need to be inculcated the habit of going through the periodicals or newspapers, not necessarily to read the entire thing. At least read what you are interested in. Somebody is interested in films and film stars, okay, read little about it. Don't forget to read something what is happening in the social field or health field, or which is related to your subject or curriculum, which is going to remain with you, going to be useful for you for a lifetime. I think we have covered that. Thank you for your valuable time and inviting me for this session. We have tried to make it as resourceful as possible. It seems to be never ending. It's finally up to the faculty to take it forward.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, I just want to tell everyone that we are fortunate to have Manjari ma'am and Raj sir here, because they were the both in the committee which designed the ER 2020. So thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for your session. And it's obviously, it's always been a pleasure to have you both on the same platform. I guess it's the first time that we are having you both on the same platform. So thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon our principal, Dr. Rakesh Somani, sir. So just a minute. Yes, sir. I guess just yeah. Yes, sir. We are done with the session, and we are done with the.
I listened to madam's initial part and sir's later part, actually, the practical part, and it was really wonderful, actually. Social. I told yesterday Manjari madam that Kash maybe diploma karu is saal because the syllabus is so nicely made and there are so many interesting things. So if there are no questions, Aditya sir, are we going towards the validatory program then?
Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, every question I guess is in the that's the nice question it was.
Aditya, there was one question which I saw earlier in the chat. Now maybe I don't see it, but it was about the lab. So we can use any of the lab for social pharmacy. It does not require any particular, a setup, because some PCs, some posters, some charts, and some materials we have to create displays. So any of our existing lab, we can convert it into social pharmacy. So no particular setup.
But we have to devote one lab for it. We have to
devote one lab, and if we are like old institutes like us, where we cannot have a new lab created, we can use some other lab by changing by staggering the timetable.
Okay.
So that is not a problem. And somebody is asking how to conduct the examination. So as we go forward, we can, it will evolve, and we can have the exam, like sessional exam of the practicals. We can give some activity for the evaluation. We can give synopsis, viva, and spotting. We can definitely give spotting, because spotting will really help us. And maybe some activity we can think of what we can give as a major experiment. But right now it is more of spotting, synopsis, and viva.
It could be, how will you provide information to a patient who is not ready to vaccinate?
Okay, yeah.
Some activity based, like one small piece of activity we can give them and evaluate them. It will be time consuming for teachers to evaluate that, so we can see how best we can do it.
Sure. Yeah. And only demonstration, YouTube videos, slides of microorganisms, audio regarding practicals. How to conduct the practicals? I guess that's I hope. I guess it's you can use. You can think how to conduct the practicals now, because the PCI has given us the opportunity to think that we are not just the four-wall classroom now. It's an open thing. So I guess we can use many of the things. That's ma'am. What you want to say on that?
I think this question I saw, it was just in the beginning when Raj Vaidya sir started talking. So maybe now they have got answers very well after he discussed it in detail. And podcast and etc. I mean, we just have to explore it as digital audio recording, and then we can stream it. So that guidance we.
Yeah. I guess So for the participant, I would like to say that the registered participants will get the e-certificate. The feedback link is in the chat box. You can fill the feedbacks and just submit it before 5 p.m. today. Okay, every participant will get the e-certificate. Let's say within 8 days of the completion of the from now on, we will be getting the e-certificate within the 8 days. Yes, I guess. What about the lab manuals? I guess lab manuals are not prepared yet. So as the year will progress.
I just answered it in the chat. MSBT, we have already, I mean, in June itself, I had conveyed to MSBT that new ER syllabus is coming. So we have to think of lab manuals and other things. In a recent meeting, MSBT said that they have not yet made any policy decision, whether they want to make immediately the lab manuals or after 6 months. So we don't know. But I think some private publishers, I mean, publishing companies are releasing some manuals, lab manuals, or say guide practical handbooks or so. That's what I heard from some of my colleagues. So we will wait for it.
Some magazines were from brilliant publishers and around Nagpur, and Nirali publication also has some book issued. So you can do that. So thank you everyone. So sir, we can move towards the value.
There are book by Dr. Bhise by brilliant publication, not a practical handbook yet. Yeah.
So we can move towards our validative functions now.
Yeah. So I have to take it further.
Yeah, I mean, so just
Okay.
a thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. So very good afternoon, one and all present on this platform, all the dear teachers across the state of Maharashtra who are attending this faculty development program organized by D.Y. Patil University School of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai, and IPA CPD. So it was really a great learning. I'm sure you must have learned a lot of things during this FDP. And it was a pleasure of ours at D.Y. Patil University School of Pharmacy to organize this entire event. And as I mentioned in my yesterday's opening remarks, that this was not a single man's or single person's or single institution's effort, but almost the team of 7 to 8 people were working together at the back end, and then that is how this FDP actually was placed in. And I'm sure probably this is the first FDP not only in the state but in the country for year 2020, and the speakers were different speakers from the different field. They were experts, and the opening session by Dr. Manjari Gharat madam and closing remarks by Dr. Manjari madam as well as Mr. Raj Vaidya sir, those were really fabulous, no doubt about it. So I would like to request 1 or 2 participants, if you would like to give your feedback or share your thoughts today on this validatory program. That would be great for us. That would be great motivation to all of us, so that D.Y. Patil University School of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai would like to organize such kind of more events in near future. You know, we are committed for the cause of education, and that's why we believe that united efforts always works. And so may I request a few participants, maybe 2 or 3, to just share their thoughts. I know I'm getting good kind of vibrations from the chat box. People are writing good things up from the chat in the chat box. That really motivates. But if Zaki Iqbal, Mr. Zaki Iqbal, sir, has raised the hand. So yes, sir, you can please share quickly. You can unmute yourself. Aditya, sir, you can give some right to Mr. Zaki Iqbal. Yeah, please, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please. Good afternoon.
Sir, it was very nice session, and we got the all information related with the new syllabus, which is implemented from this year. The only question about the practical examination, sessional examination. Just I have seen that in. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your question? Please be precise in the question.
My question is that related with the practical sessional examination. As per the norms, it is given that you have to conduct the sessional examination for 80 marks. So can you guide us about this one? Because as per the previous ER 91, we had to conduct for 20 marks only.
No, sir, just where you have to extrapolate, you have to multiply it by 4 marks. Okay, so each session would be let's say multiplied by 4 marks. So it's a very basic thing.
I think MSBT will come up with those guidelines. So they are in process of making it. Yesterday also somebody was talking about the same, that MSBT will come up with the guidelines regarding practical examinations.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Second thing about the lab manual, the same question that some staff members already asked. So once the lab manual is available, but what we have to do before the lab manual is available? We have to take whatever the previous whatever the practice is there, that you have to use the blank page or their journals for conducting the practicals. Can we use that one?
I think we are using it. We have started using that. You can also use the same thing to begin with.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And about all the sessions from the yesterday only, what was the session we had. I am very thankful for the Dr. D.Y. Patel College and other organizing committee. Thank you very much for organizing this types of the FDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to please give the feedback? Iqbal sir, you can mute yourself. Meanwhile, anyone please feel free to share your thoughts so that it will give us confidence to build, do things better in future. Yeah, Rashmi madam has raised the hand.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
I guess there is some network.
Some problem is there. Yeah, Basavaraj Sugave. Basavaraj sir, you can please express your thoughts. Have you unmuted him?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have unmuted him, but yeah.
Okay, 1 minute.
Am I audible?
Thank you, sir. I am audible.
Ek minute, madam. Mr. Basavaraj will speak first, then you speak.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Basavaraj sir. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. On the behalf of Channama Social Pharmacy College, Latur, Polytechnic Pharmacy College, D Farms, aided VS Panchavis 2025. So all our faculties are gone through this. Your one of the wonderful program, 2 days program on the year 2020. And this year 2020, everyone was very in puzzle how to go through that new syllabus and all that. So many questions have been solved by this program. Unique program, might be it is the first of kind. So thanks to the DY party taken the initiation for this such a good program for us. Many questions we got the answer, but in future again a refined program if it is organized, depend upon the what should be the procedures or what should be the how to conduct the practicals and all that, how to set up the lab for this new subjects and all that. If a refined program, if able to organize, we can again take the part in that also. Thank you once again.
Surely, sir, it is a good suggestion. In due course of time, we will look forward for having one more session, so that by that time we might have learned many things. We can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Rashmi madam, you want to say something? Rashmi madam.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
First of all, congratulations for arranging the first ever FDP on year 2020. Sir, yourself and your team have worked very hard and conducted a very interesting and interactive session. I'm in this DPharm teaching from the past 24 years. So I'm a bit aware of both 91 as well as 2020 syllabus. So as such, manuals were introduced in 2005. So before that, we were following the same journal pattern. So I, in my college, have started with the same old journal pattern now for the time being. Sir, I would just request you to arrange one more FDP in the similar pattern after few days when we will be teaching and facing some problems, or maybe we would like to discuss some matters. And regarding exam and the assignment or field visit, I would request all the participants that if we collectively come to a simple and single pattern, which will be uniform throughout Maharashtra at least, it will be beneficial for the students as well as for the faculty too.
Yes, madam. Your suggestion is very valid, and that is what Mr. Basavaraj also said. So we will go ahead with that. We will organize something.
And for the practicals, sir, handbooks of each and every first year subject have been published by Nirali Prakashan. Yesterday, just I received it and I have gone through. They have tried to cover each and every point of the year 2020 syllabus. For all the subjects, handbook is available.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Aditya, sir, are you able to look anyone? Because
No, sir. No, sir. I guess there's
no. So we will go ahead then.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, all the participants, for your feedback. Okay. Yeah. Aditya, let's proceed further then.
Yeah, so thank you everyone. And those who are asking for the link of the 2 days recording, it's available when you type DY Patil School of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai in the YouTube link. The link, the FDP programs recording would be shown there. So I hope everyone would be able to see those. And the
So
recording is very
mention,
public.
yeah, mention DY Patil, Navi Mumbai. Yeah? That's very important so that you understand. I mean,
And
get
it's School of Pharmacy, yeah. It's not College of Pharmacy.
Yeah.
So that is very important that when you are typing there. So Riya Patil University School of Pharmacy, Navi Mumbai. Yeah. So thank you everyone. Thank you all the dignitaries who were present there, and thank you all the faculty members across the Maharashtra for such a huge response to our faculty development program. And I would like to thank our coordinator, Mrs. Shubhangi Kadu ma'am. She organized it, and the whole program just went smoothly. So on behalf of Dia Patil University School of Pharmacy, myself, Aditya Guge, just declare that the program is just ending. Yeah. Thank you.
So I think feedback form and everything is shared.
Yeah, it's been shared. It's been shared. Sir.
Yeah. So thank you so much, all of you. And Manjiri madam, I'm able to see Aragade sir, then Dr. Dias, Dr. Jagtap, Dr. Itadwa, Dr. Toshniwal, Dr. Garat, Manjiri madam, Dr. Hemant Kumar, Dr. Tillu, Dr. Sunil Chauhan, Dr. Mustaq, Mr. Raj Vaidya, and more importantly, Mrs. Shubhangi Kadu and Mr. Aditya Gudi. These two people have worked very hard actually from our institution for success of this program. So thank you so much once again to one and all. You'll get all certificate and all that information probably must have been provided, right?
Yeah. Within it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close the session, right?
So photo.
So सगळ्यांना camera switch on करायला सांगा ना आधी. So all of you please switch on your cameras so that we can have multiple photographs. Madam, take photograph of each grid. There are 9 grids I am observing, 7 grids in my laptop. All grids you have taken. Diasel is also there. All speakers here.
I have taken. I have also taken. I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.